Oh, I've got my microphone in place yet. Hello, everybody. Oh, sorry. Why is this all over the place? You know, I thought I'd set that up properly. Anyway, there we go. Yes, so hello, welcome to the stream. We're going to be building a map today, and I was just having a look at the maps that we're going to be building. Now, these maps are all for the epic Battlemaps Kickstarter that finished running successfully last week, and I've been told that when our backer kit launches, you will be able to actually pre-order some of these books if you didn't get in there. Now, oh, good to see all the usual folks coming in there. I see we've got a bot running around. Yeah. Great. They're not really worth killing at the moment unless they become very irritating, which I hope they don't. So there we are. Nice to see, though, that we've got a few people watching. And we'll pick up, obviously, as we go along. So I was trying to decide what map to do. You know, I've still got quite a few to go. And I was thinking, and I'm going to let you, 11 folks who are watching currently, I'm going to let you decide. Do we do a... Oh, wait, hang on. It's Jungle Temple, so you can't really decide on that one, can you? And that's based on that. Let me just double check. Okay, so we can do an ice cave. We can do an ice cave or a wizard's tower or a classic dungeon. So an ice cave, a wizard's tower, or a classic dungeon. So you get to decide on that. So ice cave... So, I mean, we did a mysterious cove last stream. That was on, whenever that was, Tuesday. So, ice cave, classic dungeon, or a wizard's tower. So, that's what we're looking to do. So, tower, Zenarath, yes, your vote counts, absolutely. Ice cave, says John Rubia. Johan Verwept says Wizard's Tower. Wimbledon says Wizard's Tower. Okay, I think we're going to do the Wizard's Tower. Sorry, Malik Emmett. The Ice Cave is out. Wizard's Tower is in. And I'm just checking my information here. Wizard's Tower is this size. Okay, cool. So I am just going to do this quickly. You know, when you're doing these things, labeling is supposedly very, very important. So this is number 30, and it's to the left. And it's map number 30 as well, Wizard's Tower. All right. Okay. Who says this stream isn't interactive? Wizard's Tower. Then what I'm going to show you very quickly, because I have been... These are some of the maps that I've been working on. But again, I mean, I'm using Dungeon Fog, dungeonfog.com, which the link is being posted up right as I type it. Dungeonfog.com, code GREATGM for discount. All right, so I'm not promoting Dungeon Fog in the stream. I'm using Dungeon Fog in this stream. And by virtue of the fact I will be talking about Dungeon Fog in this stream. So bear that in mind. Okay, and so this is what I wanted to show you. This is what I wanted to show you is in Dungeon Fog. If you're going to be doing lots of maps, so I do lots of maps. Oh, it's pronounced Caesar. Okay, Caesar. There we go, Caesar. I do lots of maps, and keeping track of them is sometimes tricky. So Dungeon Fog, when you're making maps, you can give them tags and stuff. So wizard, tower, that's pretty much all that I can think about. Okay, save changes. So here is the blank canvas that we'll now be working on the wizard's tower. Now, the weird format is because that's the format of the book. This is the format of the book in case you have forgotten. This is the book, and the format is that the pages... Hopefully, if I get to the right demo pages, like this one, for example, the pages fold out. Okay, so that's this long length page fold out thing. And as a result of that, that's why we are working in a canvas. My apologies. In a canvas that is of the same shape. All right. So yes, so the ice tower into the cave. Yeah, absolutely. The idea is that we're going to link that. So Zenarath asks a really good question. Are we going to be doing multiple floors per page then? So this is a tricky one. This is one that I think we need to think about a little bit, because some of the maps in the book, about 20 of the 30 maps in the book, can line up with other maps in the book to make a bigger map, right? So the castle, for example, lines up with the other castle to make a complete castle, if you like. The Wizard's Tower isn't designed to line up with anything specifically because it's a generic Wizard's Tower. And so we have the luxury of saying, okay, well, we could do the Wizard's Tower with the surrounding environment, or we could do multiple layers of the Wizard's Tower, giving us a complete tower. And I kind of feel that in terms of doing a single floor, that would allow us to say, okay, here is the tower, and the field around it becomes a battlefield. Whereas if we do multiple floors, you then get a completed tower. And I kind of feel like a completed tower is more useful than a tower with a field around it, because we've got maps called field, or, you know, forest glade, or something along those lines. So we kind of have those maps available. If you put that next to the tower, it's like, look, that's next to the tower. So then you have a battlefield fight in the tower, right? So I think we're going to do multiple tower levels per for this particular map. And that may change later on. The designers might come back to me. I know this is not something that we've necessarily spoken about. We did speak about it for the ships, is adding on some extra deck levels for some of the ships, maps that are coming through as well. So we'll have a look and we'll see. All right, so we're going to be doing multiple blocks. We have, it's 33 blocks wide, and then you lose 2 blocks. There's actually only 31 blocks wide that we have to work with. So 31, let's say we're going to make the tower 3 stories high, because if it's any higher than that, it becomes really boring, in my opinion. So if there's only 1 page per map, then multiple levels is a must, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. Glad you guys agree. Okay. Right, so if we're going to put on 3 levels here, then each level is about, what, 8 squares in size. So that's what we're going to do. The exterior of this little Wizard's Tower, I think, is not as important just yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create very, very simply, let's just jump into here. And it doesn't matter. I'm literally choosing a random thing. I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and I'm going to go an 8. I believe 8 by 8 is what we are able to work with here. So if I go 8 by 8, shouldn't be a cave. Should be a circle. 8 by 8 might be too big. Let's just see. Because I have to keep a 1 inch. Yeah, it's too big. I have to keep 1 inch clearance. So I think I can just drop this in, and it will keep the shape without going weird. Nope, it's gone weird. Well, it's made some interesting patterns and shapes, hasn't it? But the maths is not is compensating for changes as we go. So I'm just going to make this straight again. That will reset the circle's central point. And now let's try that again, Jim. Let's make that a circle, and another circle, and another circle. Now the base of this Wizard's Tower is not going to just be a circle. Yeah, I think that's the best we're going to get, since we have to leave an inch around the edge of everything. So whether we have it there or there, we're always going to have that gap. So that's absolutely fine. So now there's an interesting thing Flashing out to the edge also precludes balconies. Yeah, absolutely, it does. It definitely does. It precludes balconies. You're quite correct. So Dungeon Fog has got a new thing that they've added in fairly recently, or that I have become aware of recently, and that is that you can just duplicate entire levels now. You just press Control D and you can duplicate. So what I want to see, what I have to be aware of is the spacing. So we can have an inch between and an inch from the edge, and a sort of, this has got 2 inches in between. There's a reason for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is roughly, this is where the binding is going to happen, and we don't want the binding to happen on a map point of interest. We don't want a map binding to happen there. So the tower traditionally should narrow anyway. So I think we're going to have to narrow this tower in at some point. But that is something for us to bear in mind. So at least we know that this is the right size, basically, to do that. So Joshua Nedzawicki, I think, have good day at work. Thanks for joining the stream. All right. So this is our basic shape for our tower. This is fine. This is going to work for us. This will be our entrance. Now, the way that Dungeon Fog works in terms of its lighting suggests that we should be building rooms, this circular tower anyway, out of multiple pieces rather than just doing dividing lines inside, because then we won't have the room techniques that we would normally have in Dungeon Fog. So it's about deciding, what does this internal shape look like? Now, frequently, a wizard's tower is either a central spiral staircase running up the middle or a spiral stair running up the side. And I quite like the idea of the staircase running up the side of the chamber and then us sort of seeing what is happening elsewhere in the chamber. I think that could work quite nicely. So we're going to look at that most specifically. Does this need to be divided into different rooms? Does this need to have a dividing wall somewhere? Well, the circle gives us the greatest amount of space of all shapes in which to operate, apparently, but it's also the most inconvenient when it comes to be placing furniture. Because most of our furniture is square. So it causes problems. Do you leave a little gap? Do you leave a this? Do you leave a that? Right? So there is a problem. Phoenixy Wacky. I love usernames. It's that guy, absolutely. And there's AK Writer. Everyone hold on to your hats. Bill Stevens. All right. So circular towers are great in terms of space, but they're awful in terms of putting bookshelves in, because unless you build a curved bookshelf, which is a bespoke bookshelf, you're gonna have issues. So I have a tendency to try and square out the insides of my circles, and that's specifically just an aesthetic choice more than anything else. So I'm going to try, it's an experiment, I'm just going to try and square out this tower here. What is happening? Point to point to point. Like an entrance hall. Yeah, let's do it like that. Okay, so why is it defaulted to cave? It is not a cave, it is a room. Okay, and I will adjust this point. Oi. Come in there. Now, just as we were on the last stream, we were trying to figure out the cave positioning in terms of what looked good and what didn't look good. We're doing exactly the same here. We're going through the exact same process with our room design. I am currently just testing out, going, well, does this work? Does that work? Does this look okay? Would it be better to do it like that or like this? How should I do it? Like here, for example, if I delete that point, I can get this to being a circle as well. but then make it a very shallow circle and get it to fit back into the outer shape. And I will do the same with this one, and I think that that will solve this problem. Unless we want a tower that's uneven. I mean, Orthanc Tower in the Lord of the Rings, for example, was rectangular and all that kind of stuff. So there is definitely that one. Come on, you're not allowed to struggle with the Japanese part. The Japanese part, oh my goodness. Yes. AK Rider says, have you ever considered the stairs being in a small side tower? I have not. And I know that that used to happen from a safety perspective. Certainly. We could certainly do that. I don't know if we have enough space necessarily. I do like that idea though, AK. I think it's a good idea. It's a good idea. You could put the stuff in the center so the stuff becomes more of a centerpiece. Yeah, absolutely. Well, like I said, I'm just exploring at the moment. I'm looking at this from two perspectives, by the way, in terms of how this whole thing works as a space. So if we're dividing up the rooms, if we're making the rooms smaller and we're making the circle space smaller and we're putting in more of these rooms, it can get to a point where you go, you know what, that's so inefficient that doesn't make sense. And I'm not keen. Aesthetically, this does not look great for me. I don't like that. So I'm gonna get rid of that one. All right, I'm gonna try another thing. This one is, I'll get these points right in a little bit. That's our center mark there, right? So I'm going to do this. Okay, bear with me. I might be a point too high, so let me come down and let me come in. And let me do this. Okay, that's looking better. That's looking better. I don't mind necessarily losing that one space. If I take this point, no, then it's too big, you see? So then it's too big. All right, fine. So let's just work with this idea for a second and just bear with me. Just bear with me. What I'm thinking is we do it this way around, right? And then I take this room and I duplicate it and I hold down Shift and I rotate it. And then I drop it into place. And then I duplicate that room and I rotate it and I drop it into place. Somewhere there-ish. And I duplicate and I drop it into place. There-ish. And then I go to my original circle and I delete that. We still have a circular tower. I think this one is off mark somehow. And I think that circular tower underneath was causing the grief. There we are. Okay. And I think the same with this one. I don't think this one is sitting flush. So let's do that. And that. There we go. All right. That to me is much more interesting, I think. I think that is much more interesting. You could put how you doing tonight. Well, it's this afternoon still. I'm very well, thank you. Nice to see Sheena Tiger there as well. So thank you. If it's a wizard tower, why have stairs at all? The wizard could use a hollow spine in the tower, then just run up and down the wall or levitate. Yeah. So you're raising another interesting point there, AK, in terms of internal machinations. Yes, the wizard could just use levitation every day, or the fly spell. If they're high enough level to have a tower, well, why wouldn't they just cast levitate and float up the tower in their own way? It's a very valid question. I think the only answer that one can give to that is to say, well, yes, but then how do the player characters get up to the top of the tower? So it's a very practical suggestion. But I think that what you would then run the risk of is that the player's trying to get to the wizard goes up to the top floor and rains fire down on them. They're just going to set the tower on fire and burn it down to the ground. So we need to take into account that, and also, well, it's a safety code violation because you need to have 2 exits from every structure that's higher. Well, you just need to have 2 exits from every structure, and then you have to have emergency fire, stairs on the outside of the building. You get the idea. The walls running north and south are off-center. The ones east and west are off-center. This is driving me nuts. Yeah, that is a function of this, which I will... It's not going to make it that much better, but it will make it slightly better because that is the outside wall and the inner wall dominating in terms of which is on top of which. So if I go to my stack and I go to the rooms here, let me just move over a little bit. And I drag this room down here. Do you see how the line now moves? So it becomes a game of playing who's on top. If I put this one there, that's closer. That's closer. You can't say I didn't try, How to guess who can't fly get around. Wizards will have some people come around eventually, surely. Says Matthew Cathcart, well, you are right. And Sword Dev says, well, you need steps for your apprentice and the pizza delivery guy. Yes, I completely agree. So yes, maybe the wizard flies, but, enchanted tube, an elevation, yes, a gravity well, as Mass Effect Andromeda would call them. Yes, you could have an area of 0G, 0 gravity, something like that. Yeah, Phoenix, enjoy Curse of Strahd. Enjoy Strahd. Yeah, so all right. This is I think a working model. I need to make one little room for the center. Yes, because we don't have a huge amount of space. So I'm going to make that little room there, and I'm just going to make this. Let's get rid of the stack and make it a circle. Yes, thank you. And a circle. A little bird told me once that there was going to be a way to make these super easily. Oh, actually, you know what? No, wrong thing. I want to just check something. Because if I make a shape and I make a circular brush and I set that circular brush to being, let's say, 1, and I make my shape, ba-boom, and then I select the shape and I say convert to room. Yeah, it makes a room, but I mean, there's just so many vertex points. I wouldn't want my computer to struggle with that. So they're getting there. So I was just trying to see if there was a faster way to make this inner circle. Okay, grab the circle, grab the outer marking, move it into place. I have to hold down shift because it's sitting across ways. So we do that. And there we go. We now have our completed circle. So I think that'll work. Making the top area not immediately accessible, yes, absolutely. Again, it could be an interesting challenge. It could also be a breaking challenge, where the players go, well, I can't get in, so what do you want me to do? So we have to bear that in mind. With the question about why do we do a central room, why not leave it a garden? I was very tempted to leave it a garden. I was looking at it going, it could be quite an interesting little garden space. The problem is we would have to keep that theme running all the way through. A light shaft, very modern, well, it's not a very modern idea. Castles had light shafts in them, sort of areas to let light in, natural light in. I think it brings more complication than it offers. Also, what this does is I'm reading a book at the moment by Umberto Eco, which is called The Name of the Rose. And part of The Name of the Rose's whole thing, it's a murder mystery novel set in 1292 AD during the sort of the height of the church's power in medieval England. And part of that is the structure is a riddle. The structure is a riddle. So that's something for us to bear in mind, is that we could say that the structure is a riddle, and the reason why it's a riddle is because it seems to be complete. It seems to be doing a repetition of pattern until you realize that, or the characters anyway, realize that there is a part that doesn't repeat, where there's a gap. So we've got to bear that in mind. We also have to bear in mind that this is a printed product. So when you place this down on the table, the player characters are going to be able to see the whole map. And as a result of that, secret rooms are not that secret. They're just not that secret. That's what happens when you're using a battle map, but that's okay. If the players don't know about those rooms, if they say, oh, I want to head towards the secret room, as a GM, you say, you don't know about that room. You as the player do. Your character doesn't. So that is something that goes there. So there you are. This map is meant for the rulebook. This is meant for the Epic Battle Maps hard book that we are making. So these are all the considerations that go into it. So I do like the idea of this being the central stairwell. Now, before I go any further, something that I like to do you see this edge? It's very smooth. I'm not a huge fan of smooth edges in medieval buildings, so I'm going to select the object. I'm going to select this line, he said, trying to click on the line. And I'm going to make it a cave on the inside and the outside. Don't freak out. It's extreme at the moment, but you'll see what it does in just a little bit. Now, this does take, admittedly, a little bit of time and a bit of patience to do it as well. But once I've selected the room, I can then go in and change that to about there. I thought that was quite good. And that to about there. Maybe even a little bit more. And the W, I wish these were values and not sliders, but that's a different story. Okay, and what it does is it just bevels the edge. It just gives it a slight, just a slight bumpiness to it, which to my mind makes it feel like it's stone. So if I were doing a science fiction map, then I could quite easily, make it absolutely smooth. But I like the little distortion. And yes, it takes me a while to click through and make it, but I personally think it's worth it in the end. So we're doing these just under the W, just under the W. Okay. Sudoku Gaming, this is dungeonfog.com. I should have actually copied that from earlier. Give me a second here. I'm going to throw this into my copying space. And there you go. Botisaurus. Yeah, I am here to watch and judge. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Okay. Botisaurus is one of the team members at Dungeon Fog. So time to judge and watch. All right. Well, I think you should have probably remained incognito, actually. So yeah, I'm going to go through very quickly. And you know what? I should have done this before I duplicated the rooms. Yes, I know. Don't judge me much more than you have already judged, apparently. But now I've only got one left to do. And so I think it's easier just to click on the thing and duplicate it. And just do the thing that needs to be done. And unfortunately, when you select cave as an option rather than just a regular room, it doesn't actually allow you to do the outer wall. So you have to go this route. At least certainly this is the only way that I have discovered of doing it. I've got to do this little room here too as well. And just get this going. And once this is done, though, I will be duplicating the rooms, and then I don't have to worry about doing this ever again. When I was doing the street sequence, that took a wee bit of time, let me tell you. Okay. Public judgment. Yeah, if I feared public judgment, I would not be doing this. I would not be doing this one. So yes. It's another one. the question of why are wizards towers often round ones, I think that's a trope that we've all picked up on. Square towers are far more likely in terms of their construction, simply because, yes, they're not as strong as round towers, but they're certainly a lot easier. Yeah, the Eileen Donnan Castle. I want to go there one day. COVID will have to finish up at some point. We're all getting bored of it. But yes, absolutely a great castle to look at. Lethal Smile 7. This is dungeonfog.com. Dungeonfog.com is what I'm using. Am I happy with this basic shape? Yes, I am. I do feel, though, that I want to break up this tower as much as I can. And I'm going to I just want to check something. Just out of curiosity. I've never tried this before. So I'm just going to drop all of these pieces into the tower so that maybe, just maybe, yes, okay, so it's going to work exactly how I thought it would work. Lovely. Okay, so I've grouped these rooms in this tower because it's made out of 5 rooms, and I don't particularly want to move all 5 of them over and that sort of thing. So I've grouped these together, so that's absolutely fine. And what that allows me to do is select this, hold down Shift, grab a point, and then I can move this tower right to the edge here. I'm not restricted now by the grid. So that's too much, and that's too much. So let's come back a little bit more. All right, perfect. So that has bought us, sorry, apologies. That has bought us a few inches here to play with, which is what I was looking for, because I want to build a room in here that is the door. So let's do is a doorway, let's put it that way, into this place. So we're going to do, see, that doesn't feel right. Does it? No, it doesn't. I'm going to finish it anyway. I mean, this is, you know, as much as I use this program, and I use this program a hell of a lot, a lot of it is still experimentation, going, well, let's try this, let's try that. Now, in theory, if I put this point in the middle of that circle, it will have the same curve as this room. But because of the wall thickness, it's overriding it for now. For now, it is overriding it. But again, if I go with my room stack and I put it underneath, now we have a perfect matching wall. So that's fine. I wanted this to be a curve because I wanted to feel like there is this tower, this little tower within a tower. So I realize now, I think my mistake, I'm going to go back to making this straight, is to bring this down. Now, another good thing I think to bear in mind when you are designing spaces for role playing to happen in, okay, is, where's this one's point? This one's point is there. So to make my life easy, I'm going to drag it onto that line and make it there. So I can grab this one and drag this one's line onto there. No, somewhere there. I need that to feel more like a circle. Oh, geometry and geography. This is where maths would have come in handy if I'd paid attention, but I didn't. So anyway, it's all right. Wrong way. This way. No, too much. Anyway, so something to bear in mind when you are designing maps and things is you want the map to have interesting points and interesting details. That is not just straight up and down. So yeah, Matthew Cathcart, I completely agree with you in terms of wizards towers. If I was a wizard, yeah, I'd go directly underground. But oftentimes the entire point of the tower is to prove the power of the wizard rather than anything else. And that is really, I think, why wizards do it. Okay, so I'm going to have to move this point if I want to get it to do what I want it to do. So I'm going to move this point to there. And I think this is now going to look a bit better when I do the circle, because I want that circle to be like a bulge. Something like that. What do you guys think? Was that weird? Could be weird. I just wanted this to be a little conical shape and this to be another little conical shape. But maybe it should just be straight. Not that one, this one. Yeah, I think it should just be straight. Yeah, I think so. Social status over combat strategy. Unfortunately, that's a lot of what it was. That is a lot of what it was. So yeah, that it is social status, socials. Okay, so we've got something interesting happening here. I'm happy with that. I need to save this, and then I need to come in here and just make sure these are cave walls inside and out, so that we have at least consistency within our map. And this wall, this one. Oh, it's gone the wrong way. Okay, it needs to go there. Okay, and it needs to be inside and out. And then I select this and I change this to just under the W. All right, I can live with that. I think that's pretty cool. Also, the obvious phallic commentary. Well, Xenorath, there was a lot of conspiracy theories. You do talk about the phallus in architecture. It's a known sort of sequence of events since the Roman time period. You have these giant, and literally the word is the erection of these monoliths or these obelisks or towers, bell towers as well. And generally speaking, if there is a large tower, there will be somewhere nearby a giant dome with a nipple on top of it to symbolize all those kinds of things. Lots of conspiracy theories base themselves around that sort of information as well, where it's like, look, you know, this leads to here and this leads to there, and all that sort of jazz. Absolutely possible, but at the same time, it's also a nice sort of theory. Or conspiracy theory, I think. Not happy with how it's treating the door at the moment. I did want it to be in there, but that joint. So doors will not be made on vertex points. So I'm going to move this vertex point. Hopefully it doesn't break my circle shape too much. It's still circular. And then this should allow me to place my door where I want it, which is there. Okay, that's better. Right, but I don't need a prison door. Or maybe no, prison door. You see, this is... Yeah, no prison door. Let's do a regular dungeon door, I think. And I want it as far over as Dungeon Fog will allow. There we go. All right, great. So that's hiding the circular formation not being completely circular. It's taking into account why there is this little thing. This is literally the little alcove door thing, which I think is quite nice. And on the second floor, it can be where the apprentice sleeps. So there you are. Right, let's see. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to carry on with this. We've already been going, my God, 44 minutes already. Okay, so we're going to do that, and then we will have a door. I like to always vary my doors. Some of them are open, some of them are closed. So let's see. You're coming in through there. You put your coat, your cloak, your broomstick, all that kind of stuff, and then you actually want to get into the tower. So that's fine. So we'll place our door there. This is my usual operation, by the way. Build the room, place the doors down, then go in and decorate. That's an important process. And I can see here already there's a mistake. This should be 20. Okay, now I'm working with fairly thick walls, 20 and 80. You don't have to work that thickly if you're going to be doing a map just for a VTT or something like that. We're doing this purposefully, consciously, to make it as obvious in terms of the texturing as we can, that this is a wall and you can't pass through it because it's a non-interactive map. Okay, I kind of feel like someone here is not playing ball. Oh, they are. They're both wiggled. Okay. So you come into this room. Then this room is where you would meet the wizard or his apprentice, and you would take the stairs. I feel like this is where the stairs should be. So let us do some jiggery pokery here. I'm going to say that this wall is hidden, and then on this one, where's this one? Ah, okay. So I'm going to have to rotate the room 45 degrees. Enter, enter. There we go. So this was something that I discovered last night. I was talking to one of the founders and creators of Dungeon Fog last night, and he went, "Oh yeah, you can just press R and it will rotate the room." I was like, "What? Mind blown!" Okay, so this is where the hiding of the walls is not going to help us because there is this gap that's being made. Damn. I was hoping that it would create a natural crossover. Clearly, I was mistaken. So I hope we can get a door in here. That's not putting it on that one. Aha. Okay, so these points are not seeing each other because this should actually be there. I think. And this should actually be there. And this should be there. And this should be there. Well, that's certainly an interesting shape for a set of stairs. But it's not the shape that we wanted. So I'm going to just square it up again. And straighten it up. Now, you certainly can, if you are of like mind, go in and pre-plan all of this stuff. And I've got videos on how to do that specifically. But I didn't know what I was going to be building today, so no pre-planning for me. These don't have to be exact. Okay, I think that's about right. I think this has to come in a little bit. Okay, cool. And then we go here. Let's see what this does. Circular wise. Let's see if we can put a door in there. Nope, still doesn't like it. Still not sitting on the point. It's close. It's close. Let's try that. See, it's seeing the two circles. That's very, very, very annoying. There isn't a list of commands and little tricks just like that. Press R available in Dungeon Fog, right? Maybe we should suggest such a thing. A simple readme set. Yeah. There is, I believe. There is, I believe. On their website. So go and check that out. I think there is one there. All right, give me this door. Now you see the door is sitting in this room. All of them are sitting in this room. So that's that one, and this is this one. Okay, so maybe that was what was causing the problems. You see, Dungeon Fog, when you have this overlay, if it's not spot on, it is going to break. So that's that point there. I mean, that's pretty damn close, if you ask me. Let's have a look and see. I'm probably ignoring some very fundamental rule which everyone is going, make the door open in the side room. Yeah, it's not gonna. I mean, if it worked there, I would have a little cry. You see, it's cutting out the door there, so maybe that's the problem. You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put these back. Oi. I'm gonna link them onto the shape. See, when Dungeon Fog is giving you red lines, that's when you know you're in a bad space, right? Or in a dangerous space, let's put it that way. They do have auto snapping when there are points for them to auto snap to. The challenge that we have at the moment is that it's not a single room, so it should snap to a point here somewhere, but it isn't because this room is sitting on top of that room. So maybe that's my problem. Maybe I should take this room, throw it down there, and then just chuck on our door, and bingo. Ha! Ha ha ha! What a fool. What a fool. Okay. Well, that solved that little problem, didn't it? Yes, it did. No, it didn't. Oh, I know why. I know why. I know why that's broken. Don't panic. Don't panic, everybody. Less panicking, please. This room is now in the wrong shape. Gosh. Let us just do... Oi. Yeah. This one. You can be straight. Sorry, folks. This was a... Well, now you can see that this was not planned. I want you to go there. I want you to come there. So you see it does snap to grid when I'm not trying to snap it to 4 other buildings, grids and things. Yep, that's better. And then you are a circle. You are a circle. Yep. You are a circle. And you are a circle. Okay. Why does that feel so weird? That does not feel even at all. Oh, that's the whole structure. What is going on here? Computer, identify this error. Oh, I know what the error is. I know what the error is. You know what? Forgive me. Forgive me. Wrong camera. There we go. Give me a second here. Give me a second here. Don't panic. Now let the arms sink and pout. No panic, an expert is work. No, there ain't no expert here. Hide the walls on the inner and place the doors on the outer. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. There is, I mean, the trick is you want to get it working as well as it should before you do... Before you try life hacks, right? And the reason for that is how Dungeon Fog works in terms of lighting. Yeah? Or how I think it works in terms of lighting. Okay, and then we go into the stack. And this goes down to the bottom. Okay, and I'll show you what I mean in a little bit. This is now working perfectly fine. Okay. Would all of the rooms have an entrance onto the stairwell? Well, I think it makes it it's definitely, you don't come across a set of passageway. You come across a circular room with 4 doors leading out of it, and it's a small one. So I do like that. I know why this is all higgledy-piggledy. I know what's causing the biggest problem here. Now I'm going to go in here. Now I haven't named these rooms, you see, which is actually very bad, and this is one of the reasons why I'm having so much difficulty here. Is that the whole thing is not on a grid. It doesn't sit on a grid. So if we do that, then it will sit on a grid. It will sit better. There we go. Right. So for now, before we move this whole thing around and do all that sort of silliness, let's just leave it on a grid. So we don't go mad, right? So we can see that is dead center. Okay, you were looking forward to some decent panicking, were you? I see. Are you going to do more stuff for Talisman, since you did some videos about it? I found it quite interesting. Matthew Cathcart. Yes, so this week, Tuesday, we released the first of the playthroughs that we are doing as a team for that. So you can go and check that out. Right. Okay, so problem solved. Now, the only thing I need to check, just so that I don't go completely mad and do this whole thing and then realize I have to undo it, is the lighting. Now, the lighting for me is one of Dungeon Fog's strongest assets, and it has been getting stronger and stronger and stronger with each iteration. The capacity for me to come in and choose this particular door, this this door, and to be able to say it allows light through, is fantastic. And this was the problem that I was worried about with our square room. So now I'm hoping. Nope. Okay. I will do it. Right, fine. You are the cloakroom. What am I doing here? No, back. You are the stairwell. You are room 3. Don't ask me. Room 4. I didn't. I swear I didn't click on it. Room 2. Reception room. Okay. So because the stairwell is a square shape, the light is going to be a problem because the door is not cutting through the wall of this square shaped room. It is merely pretending to sort of hang around and be there. Yeah. So if we set the walls, as a suggestion here, set the square room's walls to hidden, says Anlumo. Well, Anlumo, you have just taught me something. I really appreciate it. Thank you for that. Look at that. If we set the walls to hidden, we get rid of that problem. And how I was going to spend the next hour and a half of a live stream trying to make this freaking walls fit the silly circle. And there comes in that wonderful suggestion. So thank you very much for that. Okay, brilliant. So do you see now what's happening? Is this light beam is now shining through, and one day when we get to the actual lighting process, which you all should know if you watched my stream from Tuesday, lighting is done very last, but at least we now have it. Save. Yay, go team. I've been watching an awful TV series, comedy series called gone blank. It's on Netflix now about it's called Superstore. It's a sitcom. And their manager is one of those, go team. No one wants to do it, but he's still enthusiastic because it's his job. Okay, right. So now we can start to actually work with what this map looks like, now that we've got the basics of this map outlined. super happy, super happy with this shape. I think it breaks our expectations for a little bit. We've got these interesting rooms happening in here. Let's move forward. So, the design of this rock face. I'm of two minds. We could either, let me just do it like this actually. We could either have a more interesting floor, and they've added in some really cool ones from their tributary update. What about, and let's make that 30. What about something like that? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Do you? No. And even if we tiled it at 100%. Welcome to the Tower of Many Eyes. It's okay, but it's a very linear pattern, and I don't think that the tower would have a linear pattern to it. That's a bit better, because that's not so linear. Wizard's Tower? What do you think? Could that be the floor of a wizard's tower? It's a bit dark. It's a bit better. I mean, it's there's a certain part of my soul which is like, this is just too much pain. Why? Why would you do this to us? Let's see if we do like 75. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. Demcroc 777. You don't have to have a subscription to use the software, to use Dungeon Fog, but you won't have access to all of the props and things that I will be using in today's show. So you won't have access to that, obviously, but you will have access to that if you buy a subscription. This is not terrible. This pattern, I don't think it's awful. The wall color I'm not convinced about, or the wall type anyway. We can change that. Let's make that 200. Okay. And just have a look and see. Is it better or worse? It's just, you know what? It's just too much patterning in the wrong color. It's just like gray. So let's just change it up a little bit. This color? Is that more wizardy? Wizard-like? I'm not sure. Need more contrast with the walls. Johan Vervept says, yes, I agree. Absolutely agree. So then the walls, if I'm looking at this kind of floor, right? If you are the sort of wizard who lives in this kind of floor-based tower, I'm thinking you're going to have light walls. Lighter walls even. Something like, let's say, something like that even. Okay, starting to potentially get there. I need Dungeon Fog to have a circular distortion modifier. You know, because the bricks would actually go as circles. They wouldn't be aligned like that. One last attempt. I can come here, and if we change this to 45. Then we've got that pattern happening. I can come here and change that to 45. Stone gets very cold. Yes, absolutely. Hence the development of tapestries and the like. Now, bearing in mind this floor texture, this is only. I'm just showing you something as an experiment. I mean, this is, for me, a lot of what this is where you're going, well, this is why I feel you almost need to be an interior designer to design great maps sometimes. Because you got to look at stuff and go, well, does this work? Does that work? You know what doesn't work for me is that this grid is so strong that it's throwing off the basic patterning, I think, anyway, that's happening here. What do we think of that? Maybe the pattern's too busy. Maybe the pattern is too busy. What if it was more... Because Dungeon Fog's got simpler designs as well. Oh, that's just because it's been toned. Yeah. I think I want to err on the side of caution and go with this option. So what? No, actually, I think that option was better. That option was better. So I'm going to do this for now. It didn't matter my alignment of the textures and things. I'll come back and play with this because we're now going to go in and we're now going to do our brush work anyway. So brushes I absolutely adore, as you all know, within Dungeon Fog. They can be quite fun to play with, and sometimes they can be quite frustrating to play with as well. And we're just going to use it to break up the floor tiles a little bit, just to make it feel like there's some age to this thing. They're slightly blue. Right, so you usually try and make them fit in. Have you considered wood for the floor? The ground floor is most suspended floors. Yes, definitely. If there's a layer below it, it would probably be wooden. But if it is the ground floor, then it's most likely stone. That's just the easiest. Wood is definitely warmer. All right, so just bear with me. I'm just exploring these brushes just to see what sort of effect we can get. Like that, for example, is a big no at that scale. That scale is a little bit better, but I still feel like it's a little bit big. Let's change it to 80. Okay, all right, so needs work, but not bad. What we're trying to do is we're trying to just create a more interesting substrate for the player characters to walk on and to explore and that sort of thing. And to do that, we play around with our brushes. We're playing around with the different textures that we could put over it. See, that definitely doesn't work. Nope. Nope. They wouldn't have put bricks down. Nope. Sometimes it's just about picking out some details. Oh, there's a floor texture we didn't try. Knock out all the color from that. And then what we can do is just see. It's all too much, all too much. We want, oh, no, definitely not that. That is what we have, but in a different angle. Nope. Aha, that's not terrible. Let's just see this one. That's not terrible either. That gets confusing with a gridded map. That's not bad. But if it was this one, I would do it 45. Nope, 45 doesn't seem right, so let's leave that off there. Compressed dirt we certainly can put in. I'm just looking for something that sort of fits, but that's going to give us that bit of, aha, let's see. This one for me is the one that works the nicest, I have to say, that this night shaded. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go and edit. We're going to go subtract, and we're just going to get rid of the majority of this, and then we're going to come back. We're going to say add. Let's drop that down to 0.9, and we're just going to do something like this. Maybe that's too much. I'll just have to have a look at that and just see. Yeah, all right, I got an idea. Just do that, get some more of that going on. And then just sort of somewhere in the middle here, just have a little patch of broken texture, little patch there as well. So that allows us to do that. Most people won't even notice it. Most people won't even notice. So there you are. But it's all about the idea of building up layering and creating those kind of differences. Okay, so let us continue now. That is our brush texture for the win. And again, if we don't like it, well, we just come back and just change it at the appropriate time later on. I mean, all of these. No, what am I doing now? Did I choose the wrong? I have the wrong texture. Sacre bleu. Okay, finish brush. Let's just make sure that doesn't happen again. And then come into this room. And I'm kind of keeping it in the small rooms just to the edging. In this room, I'm going to break out a little bit. Okay. And in this room, and what I'm purposefully doing is I'm leaving the doors clear. Oh, look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. Finish brush. So this brush, I drew it out here. It's not going to have any effect, but I did learn you can hit the split to separate group. Then if I drag it and drop it, it will now be applied into this room. Yay. All these things you learn by discussion and talking and doing. Okay. All right, finish brush, and then this room. Let's come over here and fill that in a little bit. Wouldn't the ward be to the doors? Oh, is there stuff talking about? Okay, cool. I'll catch up with you. All right, and then the center. I'm not. Look, I was about to do the same mistake. So I'm leaving the doors with the original texture underneath for a very specific reason. It's about leading the eye of the player. You can see these spikes coming out of it, and when I've got one more layer to go before I'm usually happy with this shape, and it just leads the eye of the players. Okay, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way to the center. That's all it's doing. It's a subtle thing. Okay, I always like to add in dirt onto my maps. A good old-fashioned brown dirt, just to give it a bit of life. Let's make it 200. No, not 2,000. 200, and we're going to make it sort of 50% opacity. And we're going to start here, and sort of dirt has collected in this corner, in that corner, and probably in here as well. Okay, it is incredibly subtle at the moment because I made its opacity so low, but I think something like that will probably do. Oops, finish brush, and let's go for here. Definitely some dirt accumulated in the corner. He's got a lazy apprentice, perhaps. Now, the saddest thing, of course, so no housekeeping zombies. No housekeeping zombies. What it also does is it helps to just separate the walls from the floor. So it just gives us a little bit more differentiation. Makes it feel a little bit more lived in as well. I mean, I've got to vacuum my place. I don't have this kind of dirt in my corners, but I'm not living in a medieval time period. So that's fine there. And let's just do a long stripe here. there. Not too much in that one. And again, also, once we've decided what the room's function is going to be, then it makes life a lot easier for us to figure out if there'd be lots of dirt or little dirt or no dirt at all. So just bear that in mind. We'll do something like that. I think there's going to be a staircase over here anyway. Okay. Ooh. Okay. So there we go. Not terrible at the moment. Not terrible at the moment. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's only taken an hour and 15 minutes to make a circular room. Right. So on to the next, which is the blood. I always use Victorian blood because they had the nicest blood. And this is just going to add in random discoloration to each of the rooms. And I'm being an idiot, so I'm going to go into this room, select this texture. Sometimes I drop the color down, way down, and then you're just doing something like that. And hopefully on the stream, hopefully you can see a difference to the room color. Slight marbling effect, I guess you'd call it. And I try and vary up the angle and the rotation. And so there we go. We've got a little bit more, just a little bit more detailing happening on in each of those spaces. I'm not too worried about the central chamber because, like I said, there's going to be a staircase in the middle there. So before I go completely mad, I just go in here. No, not to the doors. Contents, and just lock all of this, because otherwise it's going to be selected every time you work in this room, and that is not what you want. Okay. Right, so now when we click, we're getting just the room again, or the ultimate shape. Okay, so Polar Blair 97, using Dungeon Fog, and there you go. That is a brilliant trick I'm going to take inspiration from, says Bodhisaurus. Well, let's see. Okay, right, moving on. Now we get to the interesting part, I think, which is interior design. And we have to think about this wizard's tower. How do we determine that it's a wizard's tower? The cliche would be to throw in lots of libraries and scrolls and things everywhere. Another option might be to have mystical lights or sigils carved on the floor. We want that, but it's also just a tower where the wizard lives, supposedly. Or does he have a castle elsewhere that he comes rushing back to? I don't know. It is spare wizard hats everywhere. Well, I don't actually think there is a wizard's hat prop, actually, to be honest with you. In Dungeon Fog, there might be. I was told that there's new stalactites, which I didn't see when we were doing the grotto. So we also need to decide on a style. Now, there are two main styles, I would say, that are currently present within Dungeon Fog, and that is the Far East style, as they call it, which is sort of a pseudo Japo Chino Korean style. And then you have the fantasy style. Obviously, you've got sci-fi and cyberpunk and that sort of thing, which is not what we're looking for. I do like the fact Sphinxral says a space for practicing spells. I think that's quite fun. If there's going to be a stair in the middle room, are the separate rooms supposed to be higher? Like the north room being level 1, northeast room being level 2, southeast being level 3. No, I would say that this is all on the ground floor. Stairs go up to the middle, to the next floor, stairs to the next floor, stairs to the next floor. I wouldn't say it's like that. School of Magic to determine the props you use. That's a great idea, Lord Commissar Mathiam suggests. Use that. The School of Magic, evocation, transmutation. Yeah, I agree. Lots of good ideas coming through. Let's decide. So, for example, if we go Far East, our containers are a bit more interesting. They're a bit more mystical. I think we could sort of throw in a room with something like that. But I think your suggestions are actually better. So let us go in. No. Yes. Let us go in and change the names of these rooms to things that we're going to use. So the reception room is where guests would arrive. They would talk with the wizard. Potentially they would buy spells from the wizard. They would buy his help. They would negotiate. So I think that is going to be the reception room. And it would have a desk, and the wizard was and some little display of power and that sort of thing, and then that would be about it. Room number 2. What would be on the ground floor of this tower? Arguably, the 3rd floor is going to be the wizard's primary library. You want it as far away from all the prying eyes as possible, and all that kind of interesting stuff. I like the idea of level 2 being a practice room, a practice space. So I can almost imagine this tower being quarters on the ground floor, halves on the 2nd floor, and then the 3rd floor is a single large room. Something along those lines I think could work quite nicely. So the 2nd room then would need to be functional. If the 2nd floor is practicing spells and that sort of thing, this ground floor has to be functional. And that means we are looking at a kitchen. I know it's mundane, but you got to eat. We're looking at a kitchen, possibly we're looking at a dining room. So if the wizard entertains a noble or a lord, yes, come through, my lord. And so, let's do this. Let's do that. So we need a kitchen. And that would be on the furthest entrance from the main entrance, and that really is more a design that comes from the Georgians onwards. The kitchen was always quite as far away from the main reception area as possible, because that's where all of your deliveries would come in, your staff, your servants, your workmen, and you didn't want them to come into the main entrance. You wanted them to go to the back entrance. So the kitchen was then moved as far away from the main entrance as possible. So we're going to put the kitchen there. This could be the dining room because it makes sense. It should be adjacent to the kitchen, although it's in a circle. It's going to be adjacent regardless. And then this room here would then form storage. Oh, come on, stop there. This would be storage, and that's food storage, paper, all those kinds of mundane types of things. And I don't think that that's a terribly bad design. Now, there is a comment from AK keeping me on my toes here. If the stairs are in the middle, won't it get in the way? So you are absolutely right. And what that means is we need more doors. So now that we know the function of these rooms, we could say, well, let's put in a door from the kitchen into the dining room. We would need a door into this storage room from the kitchen to get all of the supplies. And if you're inviting someone in, then you would probably want to have an entrance to that chamber. And I would put it just... Oh, why are we broken? Oh, I don't like that. I thought we fixed all these problems. Okay, it likes it there. We'll put it there for now. I suspect it's sitting in the wrong layer. Oi. Yeah. All right. It's going there now. That's where it wants to go. So that's where it's going to go. And the more I look at this map, the more it feels like the center is the circle's off center, but we know it is not. It physically is not. It is absolutely in the middle. Anyway, optical illusion. So, lab, study, kitchen, sales floor, chambers, and maybe a roost, says the roaming kilt. That's a great idea. We're going to definitely use the lab, and the study is going to be the top floor, I think. That's definitely going to be the top floor. That's going to be really cool. We're going to have an experimental section on one side of the tower and a lab on the other. I think that's really great. So we're sorted in terms of our rooms. We are absolutely sorted in terms of our rooms. Now we've got our entranceways and things. You wouldn't need an entrance from this main room into the storage room because people will be coming in through this back door here. And now this is something that we have to decide. If you were building this, you would want to have a door there in the side of your tower for the kitchen staff. You really would. That's what you'd want to have. And as a GM, I like the idea of having multiple entrances and exits, because invariably players are going to set this on fire, they're going to try and escape, or they're going to try and break in. So if the wizard has a guardian standing in this room, the players might not be able to get past that guardian without making a huge noise and all that kind of stuff. So instead, no, actually, you can come in through the kitchens, which is a weak spot. It's definitely a weak spot. But we kind of have to build those in as game masters so that our players can actually succeed in the missions that we're giving them. Right. So we're going to have a door there. It's just a thing. We're going to have a door. Deal with it. Just accept it. Accept it. Move on. And I think these rooms have got the wrong wall thickness. Yes, they do. Look at that. This should be 20. That's why the door's looking weird. So I've just got to go in here again quickly, and I'm just going to pick the details of this room and just repaint all of these rooms to make sure they're 20. Okay, cool. Save. Look at that. An hour and a half in, and we're still sitting on a circular room. We've added some doors, and that's about it. Right. So we now know what we're doing. Okay. This is where we get to it's the part I enjoy the most, and that is our decorations. So if I go down here and I go to decoration, they don't have an oriental carpet. They do. How flamboyant do we want this wizard to be? Because he might very well have a carpet like that there. Welcome. I'm going to just jump in here and just drop a little bit of life out of this carpet, make it a little bit darker, get rid of the drop shadow. Okay, and then if I take the carpet and I put it underneath the dirt, the edges get dirtied up a little bit, which I think looks a little bit better. Maybe a little bit less life in that old carpet, something like that. Okay, so he's got a carpet entrance, and you would probably have some shelving for... they do have a coat rack, as a matter of fact. In Victorian, I think I remember there being a coat rack. Reading light, and maybe it's under furniture. Hat stand, close enough. Close enough. And that'll just go somewhere there. All right, so welcome. You hang up your cloak. You, let's see. I don't particularly, I mean, a bookshelf kind of feels appropriate, but I don't really want to just put in a bookshelf here. It's not like he's going to have, would he have a wait? Would people have to wait here? In which case they're peasants. They don't need to read. So that's irrelevant. A little chest of drawers. No, if they're going to be waiting here, then that's my answer, is that they should sit here and wait on a little stone bench. It's about 5 foot long and a foot wide. Yeah, I could get behind that. If the wizard lives in a tower and able to defend himself against pitchfork mobs and monsters and colleagues, that back door is an inexcusable weak spot. It is. But at the same time, if same wizard wants to eat food, he is going to have to allow for people to deliveries to the tower. I believe. A little suit of armor in the corner. Too much? Yeah, it's too much. We don't need any more detailing in that room for now. lighting will make this room really pop. We just need a few details just to hint at what's going on here. See, again, circular rooms. It's like, where the hell do you put the carpet? Holding down shift using the arrow keys to position this carpet. I don't want it touching the walls, but I don't want it, you know, I want a bit of a gap in there. Right, so into the waiting room of the wizard. I believe that he is going to be a bit of a show-off. I usually change the scale of the chairs down to about 80%, because if you think that each square is 5 foot, this is a 2.5 foot wide chair. So 1, 2.5 feet. That's about as wide as the chair that I sit in. I would say that's about 2.5 feet. Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah. For peasants, it could be comics. Interestingly enough, those of you that have visited Japan and Japanese doctors' rooms will know this. Those of you that haven't visited Japanese doctors' rooms, you should be thankful. Most Japanese doctors' waiting rooms, and dentists' waiting rooms for that matter, they don't have sort of a collection of magazines scattered around on a random table that have all been read 400 years ago. They don't do that. That's what they do in South Africa. They have usually bookshelves, and those bookshelves usually contain about, on average, maybe 100 to 300 copies of comic books. But it's the Japanese style comic book, which is quite a thick, almost hard copy. I'm trying to think if I've got one nearby that I can show you. Anyway, they sit with these thick comic books, black and white, and everyone just reads, and it doesn't matter what age they are. Everyone sort of picks up one and just sort of leafs through it. So there you are. Okay, right, so you're going to walk in. So the wizard is going to want you to walk in, and psychologically, he wants to dominate. So he would want a window behind him, but he doesn't have any windows in this particular room, because I've forgotten to add them. But he wouldn't have any windows here either. So he doesn't want a door behind him, because someone could come in from behind him then. He wants to be able to control this space. So purely from a psychological perspective, the controlling space is this wedge here. You can't get through here if you control this wedge. This wedge is too small. It doesn't dominate the space. Okay, so we're going to do this. We're just going to rotate his throne. I've specifically chosen the sort of bigger throne for him. Now, there are a couple of desks we can choose from. The Victorian desks, I generally don't use them for medieval because they're so polished and smooth and well made, but I kind of feel like here this would make the most sense. And well, we've got our laboratory, so we're going to use this table later on for our laboratory, right, which is the book and all that kind of cool stuff. So I think it makes sense for us to use this one, and we're going to put this sort of a little bit over the chair, so again the players get a sense that this chair has got depth to it. Maybe we warm up that desk a little bit, make it a little bit darker. No, somewhere around there. And then we're going to put some decorations onto it. And that, I think, should just be 1 or 2 pages, a book. Let's go with red. So we're kind of working in the theme of red. We'll put a book there to show that he is a wizard. Let's get from the dragon collection. There is some paper notes and things, so let's throw that on there, and we can actually see what that says. So let's rotate it around a bit, make it a little bit smaller. It does not need a drop shadow, it's paper. And then I think the church has got blank paper. Yes. So you can do that. Okay, great. And you know what, let's drop a scroll here just to offset that book. Something like that. Right. Good. So, I am Wizard. Fear me. You have come to see me about a very important matter, and you are going to pay me through the nose for the information that I'm going to give you. So, perhaps a potted plant? No, that's awful. That's absolutely awful. On his desk, is he that sort of wizard? I mean, it sounds like he should have a motivational thing. Yeah, let's leave that out, shall we? Let's leave that out. Dragon's head, always fashionable. Giant dragon's head. No dragon's head. Okay. Barrel of water. No, why would he have a barrel of water? Why would he have a barrel of water? So there's a chest that's open. There's a regular chest. You see, I think this chest is quite mystical. quite like it in terms of its look and feel. It reads to me to be quite a magical, something that a wizard might have. Waiting room, but what I'm really looking for is tables here, and we're just going to drop it down to 80%, and perhaps he would have a little table. I don't know. Let's take these and put them under the desk. Okay, so that I can grab this one and just slide it in there. Again, we don't want to lose too much combat space to this stuff, so I'm going to be moving everything back a little bit. Not the table, I want the scroll. Also, what about windows? Yeah, we've got to do windows. So pseudo dragon's head on the desk. Yeah, also seeing how there is empty paper, quills and ink. Yeah, candle for direct light. Yes, absolutely. Good suggestions coming in from everywhere. The lighting solution we will get to in a little bit. Lighting I always do last because for me, it's if you can build a strong map without the lighting and then you can add in the lighting, well, that makes it so much stronger, in my opinion. This box would be diagonaled. Again, that's the disadvantage of working in circular rooms, right? So that would be diagonaled. Okay, I think that's pretty good in terms of our reception room. Welcome to my tower. Yes, tell me what you need. Okay, now go away. Or I walk in. Welcome, my lords. Let's go through to the dining room. Okay, great. This is the dining room. So now we will make a dining room. I think he would probably splash out on a big carpet, but let's use now the Victorian carpet. Something like this. There. Okay. But because we said red was our sort of our running theme, if you like, we're going to just change that color. Where is red? Red. About there. Pump that up a little bit. Drop it down. Maybe make it lighter. No, I think somewhere there. Just so that we can see that it's a red carpet. Has been involved in this process. So carpet first, then chairs. Probably use the same chairs. Bought them at sale when he was establishing this thing. Unfortunately, circular rooms require us to be off center, so it's just what we got to do. This is also where his evil convocation of wizards could meet on a regular basis to discuss taking over the world. So there is that too. And no, he does not have servants who wander through, periodically straightening all of the chairs. Okay, so in order to get this table to fit, I don't want to just zoom in and have this gigantic table, although that doesn't look too bad. Okay, I'm going to zoom in and have a gigantic table. I can get away with that. I'll decorate it. Okay, so these brown chairs and this brown table, I don't know if it's just me, but it certainly feels very monochromatic. So maybe these chairs need just a bunch of extra saturation. What if we plain change the color? No, that's weird too. Oi, 0. But with a bit of saturation, I think that makes it look a little bit stronger. I would do this anyway, going through and randomly changing the saturation and the brightness of certain chairs to make them feel a little bit different. So we'll leave that one sort of grayish. Let's come over to this one here. Pump that up a little bit. Okay, so there's our table. I'm not going to put a decoration onto this table, he said, because I think that that's up to the GM who's running this. Already putting that dining room table in is kind of taking it away from stuff. So yeah, Windows could be paintings that view outside. I do like that. How do you access the desk chair with great difficulty? Good point. Oh, he'd want to access it from that side. Okay. See, circular rooms, man, I tell you. They're not what they're cracked up to be, because I'd kind of want this desk to sit like this then. And this person in this chair is going to just stick out there. Let's move that over there now. There you are. That's a bit better. Right. The mysterious wizard tower that contains a reading room, a dining room, a kitchen room. Yeah. You know what I'm feeling? I'm feeling that there's room for a statue here. Of something. I would like it to have been a gargoyle. Well, maybe. Hang on a moment. Let's just see. Gargoyles we could find in the cemetery. And also, I believe, in temple or cathedral. Stone statue gargoyle. Maybe the gargoyle on its own is more interesting than just the box. Maybe we're going to use the box somewhere else in storage, perhaps. And then have a little gargoyle statue watching them. Not too keen on that color, to be honest with you. I think a stone color is a bit better. Make them a little bit brighter too, something like that. All right, that could work. That could work. We've got our passageway through there. I mean, these are 5-foot squares, so 5 foot is actually quite a lot of space. I'd like the chest to have a connection to that storage that you reach in and the bag of holding style retrieve whatever is being sold. That would be nice. A suit of armor would fit too. Turn out animated armor. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what I was thinking when I was putting down armor, but then I was like, oh, gargoyle could be more intimidating, I think, for players breaking in and oh, there's a gargoyle, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, kitchen is a fairly mundane process. I have no idea how many kitchens I have designed in Dungeon Fog. They've got some great assets for a kitchen. They've got the kitchen table, which is always fun. Now, if that's the entrance there, I would say that this table would probably go about there, and then we put the stove there. Now, something to also bear in mind is the way that rooms were designed. I think it's under furniture. Yeah, stove. Is that the chimney stacks would run through the center of the buildings so that the heat from the lowest oven would be piped into a central tube going up on either side. You would have bedrooms and things. So you got this sort of internal heating going on. So that was the one way. If they didn't need to do it, then it would be on the outside of the house, obviously, to take that heat away. So I'm not particularly keen on. Well, that fits there. It does fit there. All right. Well, there you go. There it goes. Okay. So we've got that, and then let's put in another table. Let's do a round table. Rotate it. And it's just so weird working in this. Okay, we're going to put a round table there. I think that would. Nope. I'm saying no. I'm going to go and fetch some veggies, which are under in containers in Victorian. Victorian containers, and I'm going to put a basket of apples. Ta-da! Basket of apples. Okay. And bear with me. I know it's a crazy idea, but I feel like this table really should have extended across No. Give me the crate. So I wonder, does this look, it does look weird. It looks weird. It looks weird. Let's just pump up that saturation. It looks weird. I hate this gap, but that's why I hate circular rooms. Unless we do this. We swap it around. We move that over to there. This comes over to here. Yeah, that's a bit better. So it's a bit more open plan kitchening. Okay, that's fine. Let's do windows because I forgot about windows. It's arrow slits for the win. Because there was some thinking as to keeping this tower safe. And we all know about the window tax as well, which we don't want to have to pay. So a window there, a window there. Windows also, I'm not choosing the glass windows very specifically. It doesn't like that one. Let's try there. No. Must be on a join there. So that's fine. We'll do that there and there. Okay, great. And this is the storeroom, but when they designed this tower, he might have had consultation. He might have had consultation. Almost there. An hour and 40 minutes in. The storage room is next. We want to make it look like a storeroom. So we're going to grab some crates. They could put a bin for waste right next to the door for convenience. Also make new staff know right from the start that they're going to... Don't forget to make the windows transparent. Yes, Botosaurus, you are absolutely correct. We do. I will get there. I wish that you could make them transparent when you create them. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. But that's okay. We will make do. Another thing that I like to do when building up a storeroom is to vary the crates that I pull and use, because there are lots of crates in Dungeon Fog now, and they vary in their look and feel quite a lot. I personally think the best crates come from the Pirate Collection, but I could be biased. So I'm just putting them down. Oh, wait a minute. We need a barrel. The Pirate Collection, I think, had the best of the barrels in them. I was thinking about putting a barrel outside, but we'll do outside later. Just in terms of their coloration and the effect on them. But by using multiple barrels, we get the opportunity to create a really interesting space. So let's go to those pirates. Where are the pirates? Pirates. And a flavor on the pirates. See, they've got two different crates in pirates. A nice bright one. Like this. And the more robust one, like the Victorian one, which I'm just going to plop down there for now. Okay, so storage room, like any room, we want our player characters to be able to hide in this space from the snooping creatures that are roaming around. I kind of want this crate on top, so I'm going to move it out the room. This is a bit of a trick, by the way. This crate started life as being the first object in the room, so it was lowest in the stack. I've moved it out of the room, unassigned it from that room, and when I move it back in again, it's going to go to the top of the stack, which is where I want it. This little crate here, these are my basic kind of crates. It's definitely crate-ish. I always like to pump up the saturation, drop down that color a little bit. This crate doesn't blow my hair back. So we're then going to do this. And put that there somewhere. I think that makes sense. Bring this crate in here. Maybe. No, doesn't do anything for me. Let's make it a small little crate. That does something for me. There we go. Okay. Move this back a bit because the door is going to bang into it when he opens the door. He's going to complain about that like he did last week. put you over there. You're underneath, so let's move you out the way. Grab you there. Put you... Oi. Oi. Put you there. Grab you. Put you on top. You're in the corner where you belong. You're now on top. Make you smaller. Rotate you around. Push you to the back. Okay, I think this is shaping up to be a pretty good storeroom. Again, just making little gaps for where players could potentially hide. I'm actually going to move this whole thing here like this and just drop a pot there. And let's grab this, move it over there, grab this, move it over there, closer to the wall. Yeah, just increase its saturation a bit, increase this one's saturation a bit. Really drive that barrel up. Okay, so we've got a little bit of a U shape in here. It means the players could theoretically move their tokens behind here and try to hide from anyone who's sort of casually looking for them. It's a storeroom. I always try to do that. Shift plus, yes, that's right. Shift plus also moves it to the top of the stack. But yeah, I find dragging and dropping a little bit easier. If there's a storage room next to the kitchen, where's the staff going to live? Ah, don't you worry, AK Writer. Don't you worry. We will definitely get there. No, Shift and comma. Shift and comma. I don't even know where the comma key is on my keyboard. But yes. Okay, all these shortcuts. Good to know. Good to know. Right, that's our storeroom. I want to make it feel a little bit more interesting, so I am going to go and type in web because I know they've added in some extra spider webs and they're quite cool. So if we throw in a spider web there and another one, I think over here could be quite fun. There is always fun. And this little corner one, maybe in there, that could work. Something like that. I think it's just a little bit of visual interest for the storage room. So there we go. How did the wizard bring the huge crates through the small doors, says Botisaurus. Botisaurus, you're only allowed to ask that question when I'm allowed to resize my doors. So you just think about that, young man. Yeah. The reduce and large spell, says Ambers124. I do like that. I do like that. Or MAFH says they were built there. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Right, so I think we're done with this one. The only thing we need to add in is the staircase. The moment I've been dreading because I know this room is too small and AK is going to shout at me. But, you know, it is what it is. And we're going to go with some stone spiral staircases because I think they look the nicest. And I think that's this one here. All right, so either we make it the smallest spiral stairs ever, or I'm going to have to lose some of these beautiful doors, which we fought so long and hard to get right. And I think it's going to be losing the doors because I think this will look so much better. Although that doesn't really read as stairs because of the carpet. I just like the carpet idea. So this would sit here. Something like that. It's a nice set of stairs, I won't lie. Levitate effect instead of stairs. You see, so Amber128, I agree with you. And I think it was a great idea to have stairs, to have a levitation circle that takes the players up. How would a GM know that gets this map? So that's one of the big differences when designing for personal use and when designing for commercial use. And that is what we're doing here. We're designing for this book that we kickstarted, Epic Battlemaps, and we're designing battle maps to go in here. I've done quite a few. We've just got to finish off the last few before the book is ready to go to print. So yeah. we've got to try and figure out how to get this to work. And I honestly, I think it is a case of we just have to choose an option and say, well, actually, as a matter of fact, we're just going to have to lose these doors. And after all that gnashing of teeth to get the doors to work, I think this makes the most sense. So I'm going to select this door, and I'm actually going to make it an open door, so that all the effort that we went to of getting these freaking stairways to work is why we're there, right? Okay, so we've got a nice set of stairs that are going down or up, depending on your personal perspective, I guess. And there's not much we can do in there. Okay, so that is pretty much this level done. Save. The wizards are going to complain about their knees all the time. Poor wizard. No, well, the wizard can fly. The wizard can fly, you see. It's the poor peasant people, the servants, that are going to complain. But no one cares about them, so we're fine. I'm now going to throw some lighting in. So when we're doing lighting in Dungeon Fog, I always take the stage lighting and drop it down to a value that I like to work in, which is about 70, somewhere about there. So it is a little bit darker, but then when I drop in lights, we can actually see what is going on with that space. So let's close all of that up. And we go to fire, and I'm going to drop a fire in there so we can see that happening. It is, of course, way too bright. And we're going to control that by coming in here, making it there, doing that, and shrinking down the radius of it. So we're just getting this warming effect sort of happening. All right, so that's sort of going to sit over his desk there, perhaps. I think that could work. Just make it a little bit warmer. Maybe a little bit warmer. All right, cool. Yes. Landon's joined the channel. Hello, Landon. On your way to listen along while I drive to work. And might start from the beginning. Well, the beginning was spent doing a lot of things that should have been done a lot easier. So just bear that in mind. But yes, great to have you here. Right, am I happy with that? I think so, in terms of the lighting. So then I usually just drop the opacity of the light down all the way to 0. Move this over to here. And drop that in there, perhaps. I like to create sort of pools of light so that players can see what's going on, highlight certain things. Let's put one this side, one that side. In the kitchen, there'd be definitely one over the oven itself. But I've just remembered what I do there, so I'm going to throw that there. And then the storeroom doesn't really have to have too bright a light, I don't think. It just needs a little bit of light. So we get that sense. Now, this doorway is no longer allowing light through. So we do that, and that'll allow the light to spill through there. Theoretically, all of these windows should allow us to allow light out. I'm not yet convinced that it's worth it in terms of going through each and every single one of these to allow a little shaft of light through, because once I've done the lighting outside, it might vanish. So I'm going to not do that just yet. I'm going to make sure that the doors do that where we wanted them to. So there we go. That to me works quite nicely. And this one needs to do the same thing. Okay, I don't think there are any light sources that are actually going to be shining through there. There is one here of the gargoyle. So why is that not shining through there? Did I? Oh, I think I know why. And I'm going to use that same trick that we were shown before. So there we are. Made the wall transparent. So now we're getting that light shining in through there, which I quite like. It sort of shows a connection, shows a linkage through. Okay. Oh, and I had to do the kitchen. There's one thing that I hadn't done in the kitchen, so I'm going to come back here. lighting is also oftentimes puts quite a strain on the machine. So I do lighting last for that reason. Dragon has got a line of fire. Dragons has got a line of fire. Here we go. And I like to just sort of shrink that down. Okay, but whoever set the lighting for it was like, we will have lots of light, all the light in the world. No, we are going to have a comfortable little glow around this oven. And it's not going to be... Lance, have a great day. Have a great day. Thanks for being part of the stream for the first part. Okay. Ember's level of light. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. We are now, I would say, officially done with this level. And we could play around with different colored lights and things if we really wanted to drive it even further. But I have to say, folks, I think this is pretty damn good. I think this is pretty damn good. Yeah, I think this is certainly something that I would be happy to use. Without reservation at all. I think this is going to work. Right. I've been wondering, guy, did you name Bickett after Lance? I say nothing. I say nothing. Because empowering people is not what I do. He lied. He lied. Okay. Right, unless anyone has any serious objections, I think I'm going to put a fork in this one and call it done, as they say. I might want to just tweak this pot. Maybe a different color altogether. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay, and I'm also keeping up. We could go in there and we could put skeletons and, you know, we could put certain things in it. I'm not convinced we need to do that, though. I want to save the weird for level 2 for the laboratory. The exterior looks quite bland. Well, yes, we're not doing the exterior yet because we've got to decide now how much of the exterior we're going to see. So that means we basically now need to position this. So I'm going to zoom out fully. And if we grab this, you see, I can take it to like there. No, even there's too much. I can take it to there. Okay. Because this edge is there. Now, I don't have a problem with the grid not lining up, but I think a lot of people will. So wherever I position it, I want to just make sure that, yes, we are losing... Now, you see, this would just be better if I just left it there. I think that's probably the best we're going to get. I think that's probably the best we're going to get. We could get half an inch there, and we could get half an inch there to give us a little bit more of this opening area up here. I don't think it's worth it in terms of the alignment. I don't think it's worth it. So D. Dretron says, put the house on an elephant's back. I love that. Love that idea. Absolutely, absolutely love that idea. I think that's super cool. Absolutely super cool. Whether... Yeah, on an elephant's back. They do have an elephant, but I don't think the elephant is big enough. I don't think the elephant is big enough. That's under animals. Do they have an elephant? I'd be surprised if they didn't have an elephant. They have a hippo. They don't have an elephant. Look at that. It could be on the back of a crocodile, a gorilla, a hippo, a lioness, a lion, an owl, an ox, a pig, a rat, a snake, a manta ray. I mean, they have a giant manta ray. that would be big enough to put it on, but then the whole thing would look weird. So, yeah, that won't work. That won't work. We're going to have to stick with some more traditional stuff. So let us go to the graveyard, to the cemetery, actually. Cemetery might be better. And let's just choose something so we're not getting that manta ray overlay. Would you have a fence leading up? Oh, staircase. Greeks have got a nice staircase. I like the Greek staircase. It's sort of a curved... Yes, here we go. It sort of does a bit of a curve. I feel like he'd have stairs leading up to this tower. Not massive ones, perhaps. But I feel like he'd have a little set of stairs just leading up to the door. We could flank that with statues if we wanted to. I haven't really considered where this tower is precisely. I think it's just going to be, you know, somewhere. A south room for the kitchen. Well, we can rotate. We can rotate the map. We definitely can. I thought it might be a tower. It is a tower, yes. If that tower is placed on the northern hemisphere. Yeah, absolutely. South-facing rooms. No shadow of a doubt. You want that sun. You want that sun. Brain dead. Brain dead, and I know why I'm brain dead, because I have not had coffee in a while. I need to go and grab a cup of coffee. There's a rattan basket, however, which I think looks quite cool, and I'm going to throw it into the storage room, just as a little extra something. I don't know what it does, but it's there. And I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee, and I will be back in, let me set the clock, 5 minutes. I will be back, and hopefully you will, you know, be back too. let's carry on with this. I have my non-mutated coffee just ready to go. Decaffeinated coffee, as that was what I was told. Okay, so I'm very excited about this, but I've just remembered a thing that has to sit on its own space, so that's fine. Okay, I'm going to just duplicate all of these rooms at once. And that's going to give us our next tower level. Look at that, so easy. So easy. Absolutely love it. Not that it's going to particularly help us in this instance, simply because we are redesigning this space. I'm going to delete that. This now, how do I design this room? Because I want it to be one contiguous piece, so it's basically just going to be a triangular point, boom, boom, boom. With that point being a semicircle there. Okay, great. So what I need to do is actually select this piece, right-click. No. Select the line, right-click, create a point. Why can't I create a point? Oh, no. No! I broke it. It is no longer broken. Okay, good. Okay, select the wall. Split the wall. All right. Good. Now, this point comes all the way down to there. This point comes to here. This point swaps over. No. Yes. Okay, so there we're getting our 1/2 room. This room gets deleted. This room gets deleted. This room gets duplicated and rotated and randomly placed because I'm going to snap it into place now. Blunk. And there we have the same shape, same diameter, same everything, just with our 2 halves of the room, which I really like. Going into this little room, we now get rid of... I'm going to select the room here. And go to our stack and doors and windows and delete the door. Delete it. And as a matter of fact, we might as well delete all these windows, because I'm not saying that I don't like the windows. I'm just saying that the windows will probably be glass windows at this level. Even if it's just a little one, it'll, you know, it's got about it's showing money. It's just about showcasing money, and we've got some broken windows in this room because of the way that I did it. Well, there's an interesting one. Boaty, if you're watching, we have a few doors in this room. Yeah. Okay, so the duplication works great. The multiplication is the question that we have to ask ourselves. Is that really what we want? Am I making any progress here? Am I actually deleting these things? I don't know. It should be. Am I making any progress here, folks? I don't think I am. Well, the arrow slit definitely can get deleted. And this point should sit there. Oh, hang on a second. Is there a room? Is that room? Okay, so there isn't anything else there. So I'm not going mad. And if I go into doors and windows, there's that door there. Delete. There's that there. Delete. There's another door there. Delete. There's another door there. Delete. There's another door there. Delete. I wonder why it made so many doors. Delete. Hi, welcome to the stream where I'm deleting invisible doors. So you don't have to. I wonder if the you know what? I'm not even going to check if the other tower has got 10,000 doors in it. I'm just not going to check. I don't wanna. You can't make me. Oh, great door deleter. Omega Z, thank you. It seems as though the doors are increasing as you delete them. It does feel like that. It does feel like that. But we are making progress slowly but surely. We are making progress. I am actually going to delete every door here because that's fine. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no! It's done the same thing! Oh my god! Okay. Welcome to my life. This is why you get professionals in. So the duplication saved me some time that I've probably just lost on getting rid of all of these doors. So that's an interesting one. Doorpocalypse now, yeah. There's too many of them. Fall back! We can't repel firepower of that magnitude. That is so weird. And, you know, you tell people, oh, it did this weird thing. Why'd you take so long to draw the map? Well, because I was deleting a million phantom doors. La, 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 la. I'm super excited for tonight. The role-playing system that I've been working on, which involves no math and no dice rolling, but it has a mechanic. We're play testing that tonight. Version 2. Version 1 was play tested last week, and it's now being tested in the setting that it is based in, which is bounty hunters in space. And all right. I think we are finally at the point where we can continue. Oh, thank the maker. Okay, save. That would be disastrous. Yeah, a no math system. The only maths that is involved is sometimes you are minusing 1 from a fixed value, and sometimes you are adding 1 to a fixed value, and that's it. That's it, and that's the only value you're dealing with. You're not dealing with any other value at all. So it's a fixed sort of thing, which I think is quite useful, quite nice to have. Right, we are going to clear out this room. Why, if anyone wants to hazard a guess, did I duplicate these rooms instead of just making another circle that's exactly the same size? The answer for that is that I genuinely thought it would be a faster process and did not realize it was going to take me this long to go through everything and delete it as necessary. I really thought it was going to be faster. So what we're going to go into these rooms, and we're now going to look at the small stone. You see the small stone only goes that far. This is what I really like, though, is that we go in and we edit, and now I can just do this and grab this and fill this in. And we're getting that consistency of the texturing throughout the whole map. And that is, I must admit, something that I think is truly, truly powerful. When they brought out the new brush system, I was like, sign me up, Doc. That is for me. That is what I want. And the dirt is going to be exactly the same thing. So we're going to edit the dirt now to come around there. We're going to play a bit more. This room is going to be a bit more playful than before. So this is Dungeon Fog, absolutely. Yeah, and well, AK Writer, yes, a no math system where everyone just has paintballs. That could be quite fun. If you can hit the GM, you succeed at the check. I don't know about that one, but I like your thinking. I like your thinking. Okay, just going in and modifying this one now. Now, because this seems like it's an exact copy, I'm going to change this one up quite dramatically. Let's just delete that. There, and let's get rid of this bulge here, I reckon. So it doesn't look like it's a mirrored copy. I'm going to do something like that. Let's fill in that gap there. Come all the way down to here, flood that a little bit. All right, cool. Okay, that works for me. And finish brush. And we're going to grab that. Although, yeah, I mean, it does sound a bit painful from the GM's perspective because the GM is going to be being fired at. But I'm pretty good at paintball. I used to be. I used to play airsoft. Why is this suddenly a different layer? Because I am a fool? Yes, yes I am. I need to actually... Oh, for sakes. Dirt, edit brush. Thank you. I'm going to get rid of that bulge because that room's got a bulge on that side. Come in here, paint in there. Fill it in this side a little bit more, I think. Let's do something there. All right, I'm happy with that. This room doesn't really need to change a huge amount. We will once we put the furniture in. Another reason why I like to duplicate the rooms was because it allowed me to duplicate the fire, which I did not bring across, apparently. Don't know what happened to that one. This room kept it, so that's okay. But we'll get there. And I could have just duplicated it from this existing tower already anyway. So, yeah. Okay, I dislike airsoft. Can we instead do the one who gives the DM the best snacks wins? Well, I think that's a great idea, Thetis Elcor. The closest I've got to playing a game which used something other than dice or some kind of reconciliatory thing was the one that used the Jenga tower. I can't remember the name of that offhand. What was it called? Anyway, that one. And Dread. Thank you, Vampire Vaxildan. Thank you for that. Yes, Dread. I must admit, I didn't like it as a means of determining success or failure. It wasn't for me. I preferred it to be. I think what I prefer about role-playing games is when you as the player have some kind of control over your character. And I felt that Dread just wasn't doing that. That was about basically who's pretty good at playing Jenga, really. And yeah, it's fun, certainly fun to play once off, but yeah, not my kind of thing. Long time lurk, first time post. Thank you for your excellent videos. Well, that's very kind. Thank you. So that's awesome. Glad you spoke up. Why not engage in the conversation after all? Yeah, D&D team building, personality development. It's not a bad route to take. Okay, right. Let's finish this up. How are we doing for time? We've been going for I don't know how many thousands of hours. 2.5 hours now. An hour and a half. No, an hour remaining because I started on the half. And is this tower for some adventure as the for the same adventure? Well, it's for the same book. It's for the same book, so it'll go into that book. It might be part of the same adventure. It might not be. It's entirely up to the people who own the book. So there you go. Okay, so we said that these rooms were going to have a different function. One was going to be the laboratory, and I've been looking forward to that one. And the other one was going to be the practice room. And we no longer have a cloakroom. We now have servants' quarters. Yep, this is where the acolyte, the novice, the junior, whatever would be forced to sleep in. So we'll put a little bed in there, a little cot in there, and yeah, we'll take it from there. So this is, what did I label this one as? Storage? No, I gave you a different name. Oh, maybe I didn't press enter. Lab. Okay, now you are the lab. Okay, so you'd come up the stairs into the laboratory, or do you come up the stairs into the practice room? I think you'd come upstairs into the practice room. Just thinking about the workflow that the wizard would go through. If the wizard is a commercial wizard and it's like come into my laboratory or come to the test room and I'll show you how the magic works, I feel like that would be the first room that he would want to take people into, rather than to his lab, which is like his secret space. So we're gonna one day name this one the practice room, and enter, and this one is the lab. This one is the Labrador. Wait, what? I thought you said you wanted a Labrador, my lord. No, I said I wanted a lab. Yes, well, it's a golden retriever. It's a lab, isn't it? Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Into our laboratory, we will place some tables, I believe. Just one or two. So you would come in, you would put your safety goggles on. Where's the longest range that we could get? So possibly we'd put a table at the back here. Something like that, maybe. Let's just zoom in a little bit and increase the saturation. Do not forget the lavatory. So yeah, Vampire, absolutely. The lavatory, I do sometimes put the ablution facilities into maps, and they absolutely are essential. There's no doubt about it. This wizard, I think he strikes me as being more of a bucket man, a bedpan kind of user, and then the apprentice has to take it out and chuck it into the stream or into a ditch, rather than have indoor plumbing. Indoor plumbing was a very Roman thing, and even then it was communal, usually. Okay, so we're going to have a practice bench where we're going to put down some practice stuff. We're not going to have maybe we'll have a book in there. So nice books come from the Victorian decoration, I want to say. Yes, there we go. So let's say he's got a green book of spells. Let's just mirror that. So there's a book there. And maybe we can grab a skull from the actual laboratory map set. Just a little something to sit on there. And how else? What else? What? Magic diapers and prestidigitation. Could be. I, for one, would love a room full of Labradors. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Agree with you. Church has got some scrolls, or a scroll. Different scribbled notes, I think, is always fun to just sort of leave lying around on tables. It's like, oh, he's had a note, he had a thought, he had a think. We're then going to put in, this has just arrived. It's not the community pack. I think it's it's not decoration. Furniture, I think it's called. That's nice, this little wooden railing. I really like that. And so the wooden railing, I think, is going to be more of a do not walk here. You will get exploded. So if we do something like that, let's pop them on top of each other. And actually there is a right-angled version, but for the love of money, I wouldn't remember where it is. Hang on. You know, when they add new stuff, which they're doing like every 2 weeks, it's an outdoor. It's not an outdoor. Decoration. No. Decoration. No. 2020 pack is just the straight one. No. I remember using it. I used it. I swear I did. Hang on. This pack is called Fence. So let's go looking for fence. Fence post. Fence pole under furniture. Okay, get rid of that. Under furniture. I'm under furniture. Fence post. Nope, I've gone mad. Anyway. Don't know what that is. Right, so we're going to put this railing in here. Line those up so they stand on top of each other. Then we need a target. So we've got a few target options. We have the decoration one, I think. Yep. So we've got the decoration one, which is quite nice. That's this one over here. We can shrink that down a little bit. So we do something like that. I think that could work quite well. The other one we have is the traditional one that's been around for quite a while. I think it's actually under arms, is the round archery target. I feel the wooden one makes more sense. This thatch one I feel would probably burn. So I think the wooden one makes more sense. I'm going to go with the wooden one. I'm going to go with the wooden one. All right. So we're going to have the wooden one. So you would stand basically in this block and fire your magic bolt down here to the furthest end of the corridor and blast it, and we're going to put in some scorch marks. We'd probably have a bucket of water, I would imagine. We'd have a few buckets of water scattered about the place because fire is going to be a thing, and this is a wizard's tower after all. A summoning circle, I feel we don't need it. Let's try and avoid it if we can. For now, we'll put it in the laboratory, so don't get me wrong, we'll put it in the laboratory. Our dragon scorch marks. Right, good. Yes, carrying on. Dragons. I think they had a scorch mark or they had scratch marks and cracked ground. So I quite like the idea of, and you know, just bear with me. I know there's also other cracks and things. But if we do something like, but it's 3. I could get rid of that. I'm playing around, all right? Can you recommend any tool for creating a map for a city? If you have a more specific shape in mind than one can do with the Fantasy City Generator. Yeah, so I don't. And I know that it is it's part of Project Deos, but Project Deos is still a way away. but yes, I do not know of a city generator that allows you to manipulate it completely. Watto's city generator does allow you a certain amount of control. You can morph and shape stuff. But I would, at the moment, if I wanted to make a city map, I would be inclined to go with Incarnate. That would be the closest that I could think of that would have the capacity to build a really nice looking city. Dungeon Fog, you can build a village. I wouldn't necessarily go for a full city. Whereas Incarnate has little completed houses, as long as you like their view, the angle that they've taken. They have these little houses and things. What am I looking for? I'm looking for... I don't know what I'm looking for. Crack? Is it crack? Yeah, the cathedral had a few cracks. There we go. I want this to feel like it's a battleground in terms of magic spells having been fired off and obliterated. I will make these blend in better, so don't worry. Okay, that's cool. And you've got that dragon's cracked there. Yeah, Incarnate, I mean, Incarnate was great. I used to use it a lot. I still do if I have to do a region map and I want nice color in it. So I completely agree with you on that one. I think Incarnate's got a lot to offer. Yeah, let's do something like that. You don't want these cracks to be so in your face that you're like, wow, that's super overpowering. You want just a sort of general idea, and then we're going to use a brush tool in there as well to just make it all come together. And we're going to take all of these cracks. I'm actually going to put them underneath the dirt. And then we're going to make a dirt layer. And there actually is scorched earth that was originally under dragon. But I think they cleaned that out. I could be mistaken. I think they moved it around. Yeah, I think they did. So volcano. We've got petrified lava, molten rock. Volcanic stone. Let's just see. I'm just playing. Don't panic. All right, so it would be ready, aim, fire. Bah, bah, and it would sort of burst off around the edges. Let's move it over a little bit. I think that's pretty cool. I'm sorry, but I think that's great. I think that's fun. Wait, what's a fair point? Seems like the wizard is using the marks for some showmanship. He apparently isn't using the mending spell. Yeah, wow. Exactly. Remember, we're trying to tell a story here. We're trying to invoke in our players some kind of terrified response when they walk into this space. At least that's what I'm always trying to do. So we'll do a little bit of a blast from there, and then that gets fired out, and sort of globules will rain down there and there. And then let's do a little thinner one, which is like some sort of other spell that blasted past. Let's reduce this a little bit. Like that. And then the volcanic stone gets placed underneath the bits and bobs to there. Okay, something like that. And if you don't think that that looks like someone's been firing stuff at this target, the target looks too healthy, doesn't it? I actually haven't used any battle maps yet. Poor apprentice probably found out the hard way why fireball shouldn't have been practiced here. Absolutely. So the target's too clean, and this is where I really love the new features of Dungeon Fog. Is I can come in, make a new brush, make it not choose a color spectrum apparently. There's an interesting one. If any of the dev team are watching from Dungeon Fog. Why am I no longer allowed to select a color for this texture? Okay. I understand. You hate me. It's okay. So now I'm just going to draw a little star-like burst pattern. There we go. Reduce that all the way down. And that too. Yeah, something like that. All right, it just makes the target look like it's been hit and blasted and burnt a few times. I don't think I want to add too much more to this map, just because this is probably where a fight would happen. Even these railings, I'm not sure about. Maybe this railing needs to go away. Yeah, I think that's a better space. I think that's a better space. This should be about here. Okay, and save, if you please. So we save. I wonder if you guys would be maybe happier with this if I change the color. Does that make more sense? If we make it like blue or like purple. Purple kind of works. Purple kind of works. It's like old residual magic that's been blasted against the board. In which case this board, I am inclined to say, should also be purple. So it feels like it's been splattered. Yeah, that's working. I like purple. Yeah, why not? Purple seems good. As a matter of fact, a very good friend of mine. Let me go to the main screen for this one. Good friend of mine, Michael Kessevan, he sent me a little Hero Forge figurine, which I doubt you'll be able to see. Oh, there we go. It's not too bad a focus. And it's a color print that they do now. Sorry about the microphone noise. Anyway, he's like, no, this is you. This is what you would look like. I love the fact that the magic is 3 tones. Yeah, anyway. Big thank you to Michael Kessevan. He runs a channel called The Dead Aussie Gamer. If you are interested in Pathfinder 2 and all that kind of wonderful stuff, go check it out. All right, let's not get distracted. We're nearly done with this tower. I'm going to grab one of the lights here, Control D to duplicate it, bring it into this room, drop one there, and I'm going to drop one here. And this one, of course, I beg your pardon, I'm going to change its color to purple just to enhance this whole thing. Sort of down there-ish, I think. I don't know, do I want 2 purple sources? Is that too much? Oh, no, that's not too much, actually. Scene correction? I assume he's not reading this chat, but rather a Patreon or Discord chat elsewhere. No, I am Master TMO. I'm reading. I have both chat. I am streaming both to Twitch and to YouTube, so I've got them both going. I do try and read them as much as I can. Tuck another water bucket behind the target. No, you're right. And I didn't do the one. Oh, haha, sorry. No, wrong one. That one. Yeah, so I didn't want to put a water. I did want to put a water barrel behind the target, but I don't want to put the same one. So prison has another water barrel in it, which has a little cloth hanging out of it, which I quite like. So let's just make them the same sort of size. Yep. And I think I could probably actually just go in this corner here. Something like that. Over there, just to fill up that space. Okay, I think that side is done. Arguably, the PCs are going to have their biggest battles happening here anyway, in this kind of space. So I don't have a problem with that. This is the laboratory. It's the part I've been looking forward to the most. Just because we get to play around with all the bits and bobs. And so we need tables. We need tables for Africa. So we will go and create some tables. Tables, there we are. Let's just, no, I don't want to size them up. I want to rotate it. And so it's a lab. So we want the lab to be, again, we want the players to be able to hide if they're sneaking into this space or if they're doing something that they shouldn't be doing. I think this could work. No, I think that should be the table, the operating table. Well, let's see. Let's see. I was thinking about this sort of arrangement just because visually it's more interesting than just a straight up, you know, tables against the side of the wall type of thing. I could be wrong. We're going to need some bookshelves in there to, you know, you're not respectable if you don't have bookshelves. So I'm going to slap in some bookshelves here. Put one there. And let's do symmetry. So we'll put one here. And then we're going to change them up by putting stuff on top of them in a little bit. So there we go. I didn't know if we needed do we need bookshelves in between the tables? Might be a bit much. But what we could also do is put in a bookshelf there. Nah, looks weird. Round rooms. I hate round rooms. Okay, I think that's enough tables and things. I'm going to just darken these down so that they are a bit less bright, because all of the shinies are going to go on top of them. And so now we start collecting all of the bottles and little pots and pans and all those wonderful things. Here's a book. So the book, I'm actually going to put, let's see. So you walk in, the first thing you walk into is all of your glass experimentation stuff. Okay, good. Then you get to the bench where you're going to keep all your notes. So your notes, that mean you're going to have your books opened here on the page numbers that you want them to be opened on, because you're referring to them whilst you're experimenting and doing all your whatevering on. Okay, cool. So that's fine there. And let's close that one up. And now we're going to go and start looking for pots and stuff. There are a few interesting pots in the Eastern collection. There's a broken vase. There's a regular vase. I'm not entirely sure we want to use any, although we can slap that there. You know what? It's a bit of color. A bit of color, and off we go. Right, so that's good there. They don't have very much else. So then the cathedral. This is a new one that they've added, so I haven't yet committed to memory all of the things that they have in there. Don't think we need any of these just yet. So I don't need cathedral. Cemetery, they've got the gas lantern, which, I mean, really, it doesn't look huge, but I'm thinking we put that there. I know it's glowing at the moment. But let's get the regular one. You're going to see what I'm going to think, because this you don't really know it's a gas lantern because you know. How goes the direction editing? What I can see looks nice. Yes, we are. Well, we've done with the ground floor, so that's done. And now we're working on the second floor, which was the testing facility, and now the laboratory that we are working on. There are some papers, which I quite like. Comes with its own pen and ink, which is even better. So let's throw some papers in there, put them underneath the book. So we get this sort of sense of a cluttered, messy desk. There you go. Much love, Canada. I haven't been to Canada yet. I really want to go to Canada one day. I really do. So on this table, I'm not sure what this table should be. So I'm going to put a crystal. You know, wizards have got crystals and weird and wonderful artifacts from all over wherever. So I'm going to do that. And church. There's some more notes and things. Scrolls, you can never go wrong with scrolls. It always makes the players excited. And what I usually do is I put a scroll or a book or something on top of the bookshelves. It just helps to break their shape and make them look a little bit more unique. We don't need anything along those lines. You should absolutely visit Canada. Yeah, I'd love to visit Canada. And clockwork, I'm going to use this big, not that big. I wonder if that would look like it's in a jar. It's an interesting idea, but I think it's too big. I think that lens is too big. So I'm not going to use any clockwork. Bones, so many bones. So many bones that we could use here. This is a skeleton of a giant, apparently. I don't know if this wizard needs bones. We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it. I am currently just hunting for bits and bobs that we can throw in there. Flowers. Could have some nice flowers. Desert. Oh, desert had the skull, and but the skull's got sand around it. I forgot about that. But if we make it really small, would anyone notice? Yeah, they probably would. It had a nice skull in it. Hanging crocodile. It'll just look like a crocodile. No, I know what we've got to put there. I know what we've got to put there. This crystal can go and just sit in the bookshelf and get small. I know what we're going to put on that table. It's going to look awesome. Arangmar Virillion. We're using Dungeon Fog. And if you want to get a subscription, use the code GREATGM and you will get a discount. I suggest getting a subscription simply because they release content all the damn time. It's absolutely phenomenal. I like these eggs. So we're going to put some eggs on this little table here. Dragon eggs. Right. And then just the last few pages. Notes, really. We're going to do that. And now we are going to build ourselves a dragon. This is delicate work. Don't try it unless you're a professional. Oops. Try and zoom in the right direction, talking about professionalism. Okay. So there is the spine of our little drake. I think this is going to be quite fun. So that's, I think, a pretty good little spine for him to have. Head goes pretty much last. Reduce the spine cage. The rib cage, I should say. Spine cage. Rib cage down. And we're going to duplicate that, except this one is mirrored. Yep, that's it. That's not it. That's it. Okay. And we're going to put... I've asked them to do a scapular for the shoulders of the dragon. But it kind of gets lost anyway in the grand scheme of things, so it's not too much of a problem. Oh, these are the back legs. Oops. Oh well, it's all going to get messed. It's all going to get messy in a little bit. That bone's too long, I can't use it. Okay, and of course there's no pelvis, so I had to use, that's right, I have to use the pelvis from a human body. Pop that in there. Go to my stack. Put that underneath the spine, and then also knock out the... Oh, wait. I'm on the spine. Where are the hip bones? About there-ish. And yes, I know those hip bones are facing the wrong way. But hey, I've got to work with what I got, right? And maybe he's trying to make like a weird hybrid draggy thing. I have no idea what a draggy thing is. I'll mirror these now. I want the humerus. Nope. Okay. All right, and they've all got to be down in color. Sorry, this is the boring part, perhaps. It's just very tedious. It's just got to be done. But it will look cool. It will look cool when it is finished. He said, hopefully. Right, paws. Where are there? Little bony paws. Claw. And that's got to go underneath the rib cage. Okay, and then what's going to tie this all together are the wings. Making them slightly transparent though, so we get the sense that they're higher up than that. Maybe the wizard is an archaeologist. Well, yeah. Look, I mean, I think if I was a wizard, I would want to build a giant undead dragon. I think that would be my goal. We can make it. I mean, they've got some bone with wings on it, but I'm not a huge fan of that. If you can't sort of put it all together, then what's the point? Too big. I think those ribs are too big, actually. So I think that head is not a terrible size. I think the ribs. Where are these other ribs? I'd delete you. Grab this rib. And oh, it's the right way around. What am I doing? And then it needs a tail, and then we're done with the dragon, which just took so long, and I don't know if it was worth it, but I think it was, because I think it just adds a bit of visual detail. I think. And for the tail, they actually do have a singular spinal bone. Some description. A little bone tail would have been awesome. I'll have to go in and manually resize these a little bit. Something like that. Zoom in, Scotty. Do zoom in. Oh my goodness. Well, actually, if I shrink it down, it'll be easier to select. What? I'm sorry, folks. This must be incredibly painful to watch as idiots struggling along with this bone. Just draw me a freaking tail, Dungeon Fog. And you thought deleting the doors section was boring. That was a highlight of the stream. But it is now done. Okay? Yes. I think you still need to mirror the paw on the dragon's left foreleg. Yes. Well spotted. Okay, now the part that they did provide with the dragons, which I particularly like, are all these spines and spikes. So you can now come in and make this thing a little bit more interesting. We'll just mirror. I think that's quite cool. I always like to add these to the head just because I think it kind of makes it look a little bit more of a badass kind of dragon. And the horns are a nice sort of color as well, so they sort of stick out a bit. And then usually I finish off the tail with a sort of a spike. Something nasty that you really, really, really would not want to encounter. I feel like this bone here needs a spike on it as well. And then I promise you, I promise you, I promise you, I am done. Like little spurs or something that it would have on a... Do you know why they're called spine demons? Because they got spines all over them, that's why. Although, hang on a moment, there's also the ground spines, the tooth. I might be able to use those. And I'll change up the sizes. To make it a bit more interesting, we'll drop the color out. So that would be the biggest of them bunch. And this one. And this one. And that one. And then we zoom out. And we realize it's still not popping. And the reason is, I believe, this table needs to be darker. There we go. Something like that. Booyakasha! Glad it's amazing to come back to. The wings look a bit weird, but still amazing. Yeah, okay, so let's talk about the wings. What's weird about the wings? Is it that they're transparent? You want them to be solid? I'm happy to make them solid. I just didn't want it to feel like this thing was taking up all the space. We could rotate these wings. Yeah, the wings do defy gravity. Isn't that a musical song? So what if we do it like this then? So it's like they're folded back and over the table. Yeah, we could do a work in progress. I'm also cognizant, you know, and I completely agree. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I think that works for now. When we bring in the light, it's going to make it, I think, work even better. Okay, so we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. We literally have to just fill this up. I'm going to go into the laboratory section because that is, without doubt, the section that we want to head to. There's some cool things in there, like these distillery tubes. So that's why I kind of wanted this to sit there. And then you've got some bubbling flasks of liquid down there. And there was a mortar and pestle as well. Somewhere, mortar and pestle. And that can go there. We'll get something. We'll put something into that shortly. There's another glass something or other to bubble away in. Oh, and then one of the newest additions, I think that's all of that I needed from that. Yes, some of the newer additions, what's this called? The Sina Una had some nice tops in terms of jars of different colors and shapes and designs, which I quite liked. There you are. What advice do you have for new story DMs? I wanted to always write a campaign, but I don't know where to start. My suggestion would be to start. Well, I'm just going to say it. My suggestion would be to go to my YouTube channel, which is called How to Be a Great GM, and there's a whole section called Building Your Campaign from Scratch, and it's a series of videos on how to design campaigns. I would suggest you go there. Because it's designed for that very specific purpose as to where does one start. I don't know. I just wanted to see these bubbles are not really bubbly. You know, it's meant to be a big vat. Yeah, that's a little bit more bubbly, but I don't think anyone's going to notice that, so that's fine. All right, moving on. Glowstones. What are these glowstones? These look interesting. Wow, they weren't kidding. I'm going to be playing around with color there anyway. I think I just need to do this for my own sanity. Okay. We're done with the test tube laboratory thing. Now it's about adding in some color with the lights. So we're going to do that, and we're going to do that there. So we're just creating these pools of light over the relevant tables. And we will decrease their intensity so it doesn't burn out completely. It just gives us that little bit of warmth, but not too much warmth. So that's there. I think that works. And then this is the apprentice's chamber. Okay, so we have to move this light so it's not the exact marriage of the light from up there, as we don't like that. We've got to save, because I don't know when we last saved. That would be a disaster. Trapdoors into higher levels, no corresponding ladders and doors in the ceiling on the level below, and they lead to pocket universes. Yeah, those are always fun. Let us finish this apprentice's bedroom. Okay, now there are a couple bed options that we have. We need to decide if the wizard likes this apprentice or not, because we could go with either the prison pallet, which I think might mistake this for a prison room rather than the apprentice's room. So I don't think so. I think let's actually just make this. We'll go to standard bed number 1, which is in furniture. Red was the color that we've been working with. Okay, so it's a 6-foot bed. That's about 7 foot, so a bit more comfortable than he probably should be allowed. Pop his bed in there, and he is definitely going to have a little table nightstand thing next to his bed. Little stool of some kind, and on that stool, without a doubt, he's probably going to have a book. Not that book. A pile of books. Because he's an apprentice. And that's what apprentices do, is they read. And they learn. And that's getting lost. So let's make it a bigger pile of books. And put it at the base of his bed. Why not? Yeah, we'll do windows. Absolutely, we'll do windows. Give me a second here. I'm just trying to finish this one. Victorian books might be better. A Victorian book might be better. But he definitely would have a little chair in here. Not a lot of room in this room. You know what? He doesn't get a chair. He doesn't get a chair. Does he get a study desk? No, he doesn't get a study desk. That's okay. He's just the apprentice, and it's just a little side room, so that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Victorian books under decoration. Let's give him the blue one. It's his little notebook of the work that he's done with Master. See, they've got books here too. It's a much bigger pile of books. It's fine. We don't need any more. So that's okay. How will they ever learn the light trip cantrip if they don't have lights? Yes, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Right, we're going to do windows right now, as a matter of fact. Okay, so I quite like the single window sort of idea. So he'll have a window over there. And he'll probably have a window not over there because that's on a join. So, like, still? What? Oh, come on. Thank you. And then definitely one there. All right, in terms of those windows. And then the laboratory, I kind of feel like there wouldn't be any windows here at all. I kind of feel like this wouldn't be... Why would you have windows? Maybe for ventilation, but at worst, maybe I would put in a few windows for safety's sake. But I most certainly wouldn't put in, large windows. That's me personally. Okay, save. we've got our little wizard tower is definitely coming along. I have to say, it is definitely taking shape. Okay, talking about taking shape, it's now almost 4 p.m. in my country, and that means it's time for a cup of tea. So I will be back in a few with a cup of tea, and I hope you are too. let's carry on with this. We've got one level left to do. And I think it's going to be the one that... I won't say it's the easiest one, but what I am going to do right now is I'm going to grab this one and I'm going to move it over. I don't want it to touch the other one. Never cross the rooms. Okay, I wanted to sit on this side. But why? Why do I want it to sit on that side? I wanted to sit on that side because if I'm looking at a map, I read left to right. That's me personally. So I would read this as level 1. I would read this as level 1, then level 2, and then finally level 3 over there. So that's how I would read this. Is this counting as a separate room? Okay, and this is tower level 2. Let's change this to tower level 1. New crits on the block. This is dungeonfog.com that I'm using, and if you use the code GreatGM, thank you Thetis Elcor, that is the correct code, then you get a discount. Either Dungeon Fog or Incarnate for battle maps. Yeah, absolutely. I will build on World Anvil. Absolutely. Yeah, Dungeon Fog is just battle maps. Deus will eventually be regions, planet, continents, solar system. I can't wait. I cannot wait. Absolutely cannot wait. All right. So now we have the last section to do. So I'm going to copy and paste as we have done before. And let me tell you, if it gives me the double door, triple door, quadru door issue of... No, it didn't. Okay. It is forgiven. It is forgiven. But now, I do want to get rid of all of these arrow slits for a very specific reason. They... I think the wizard is going to spoil himself at the top floor. He's going to have proper windows. Proper windows. Now, we did talk about this being a single floor. So it went 4, 2, and then single floor. I think we really should continue to do that, to be honest with you. I do think that that makes the most sense. So let's do that. Oh, hidden. So I'm just going to hide the walls. That's all I'm doing. Rather than deleting them. And obviously the doors need to go away. Come here, door. You will not escape me. And neither will these arrow slits. Okay. This will no longer be a... This is going to be a balcony. Small fire, puddle of blood can stay, dirt can stay, that can stay. Okay, cool. But the windows all have to go. And you'll see, to make battlements, what we're going to do in a little bit. We're going to go over our normal time. Normally I like to finish at 4 and then just do admin for the rest of the evening. But well, we got to finish. Got to finish. Okay, so let's work on this outside area first. And I'm going to throw in a door to give us access out there. What the hell is that? Okay. Let's throw in a door. No, that's quite a nice door for a... Okay. That's quite a nice portal door. The dragon on the top. So I think that could work quite well. Okay, and then we go to props. And it's called, is it called battlements? Yes, it is. Battlement. Okay. We're going to make it above the walls so that we can then drop them on top of the wall, basically. And we're going to start... Oh, we're going to have to do this manually. Pity about that. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. About there. About there. I mean, the point of the Epic Battle Maps is that it is a printed map, so it's going to be a fixed feature, whether you want to or not. So the only real option I'd say that you would have is we're going to make all the printed battle maps available in Dungeon Fog. So if you have a Dungeon Fog subscription, you can go in and take this battle map and take this tower, clear out all the content in it, and change it up to whatever you would want it to be. Now, this is an outdoors tower, so it needs to have a different textured floor to the one that we were using, so that it feels like it is outdoors. I'm thinking just a simple sort of grid pattern like that would work quite well. And so then I've got to go in and grab the small hex shader stones. We're going to change this anyway, because I don't think we have changed up very much since the last time. So let's do that. That grid doesn't really work so well for what we're doing. So a little bit, maybe a little bit overgrown. Some old tiles. Okay, that'll work, but then it's going to be 90 degrees. No, 45 degrees. Okay. I'm very excited for the book. Love the design so far. Well, I'm glad that you say that, Marcus Mosselman. I think, you know, I've used these maps now. I was, you know, we made the proof copy, and it really is a lot of fun to use them. Because you whip them out, you use them, and then you kind of put them away and you're done. Which I quite enjoy. Maybe it's a bit overgrown, this section. Minusing now. Yeah, I could live with that. I could live with that. This outer wall needs to change its color as well. Perhaps it needs to be a bit brighter, because it's outside. Yeah, that kind of works for me. I do feel like these, if they're brighter, that might work better. You never learn, you know? You never learn. And if we mirror, yep, that's what we're going to have to do as well. Just makes them pop a little bit better. Okay, I have to head out again, but I just wanted to say cheers for doing this. Absolute pleasure. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you for popping in. I was excited for the book when the Kickstarter started, but now that I've noticed that I get to bug Guy while making it, I'm next level hyped. All right. Okay, so the duplication function I really like, but I do wish there was an option to duplicate just the room. I suppose there would have been if I hadn't put everything in. So, folks, here's a lesson from me. If you are going to be duplicating your rooms, don't fill them with junk first and then have to do what I'm doing now, which is awfully boring, and going through and deleting everything. Oh, I'm just going to save quickly. Yep, Zoltar, you know, I have used this program since it came out, and I spend time with one of the creators on a regular basis, and I am still learning stuff that I did not know after having used it to do I don't know how many maps and features and things. So it's a real treat to discover stuff. This doesn't take too long to delete. I just can't go too quickly. So Dungeon Fog obviously is reporting back to a server. And if you go too quickly, sometimes the server goes, I'm panicking, I don't know what's going on. And then it crashes. Or Chrome crashes because it runs out of memory. So I'm going at a fairly mundane pace here. La 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 la. Yay! Okay. So let's see. Question: is there actually a feature in Dungeon Fog to simply draw just a wall, not just a room, just a simple wall? No. There isn't really. There's a prop that is a wall. There's a prop that exists as a wall, but I wouldn't. It doesn't give you all of the power of the Dungeon Fog software if you're using a prop as opposed to an actual room. So it won't house anything. But if you're making just a wall, I guess you don't want to house anything. You are strictly after the shape. So yeah, no, there isn't a just draw a wall. The closest that I can think of is that you can make a shape using the draw tool. And that would be the closest that I think you can hopefully get to. That would be that would be it. Thetis Alcor, yes, the Smurfs. I always wished Gargamel would win, but it's weird. I always felt sad for Gargamel losing, but if he'd won and I'd watched him sort of decapitating Papa Smurf and Brainy Smurf and all that sort of thing, I always wondered though, why was there no Mama Smurf? Whoever came up with the Smurfs, it's like, what happened to Mama Smurf? So, all right. Now we add the chicken. No, now we add the bedroom. So level 1, level 2, level 3. I have to say this is looking pretty awesome. So I think, well, now here's a question for you. If you were to see this map for the first time, I'm guessing you'd look at this and you go, okay, cool, that's his living quarters. Then you go up into the laboratory. There's this magical testing range. That's where he sleeps. And then this is the top floor. Yeah, I don't know. I know originally it was planned this was going to be the bedroom and the sort of the master chamber. I'm almost tempted to say this should just be more library. There's so much cool stuff going on in this Wizard's Tower. I do feel, yeah, we've got the laboratory, we've got the lab with all the bits and pieces happening down here. I do think this top one we should dedicate a little bit more to it being a library, than just what it currently is. And I must just work the stone here quickly, because we haven't started with that yet. So let's just clear this up and add this in here. Let's get rid of these big telltale sign pieces. Okay, that works for me. Finished brush, cracked ground. Ah, that can get deleted. It was a throwback. Wrong room. The dirt we must fix too. And add just so it's not the same as on that side. Finish the brush. Come to this side and say hello to our night shaded stone. And edit this one. I might add. Oh, what a twit. What a twit. Just made a big circle there, so I just erase a whole bunch of it. Now I can come in and finesse it. I think that looks okay. Finish that brush up. All right. All right, all right, all right. Maybe that's where they store the finished magic tools or items. This, I think this room, like the one in the School of Mages in Skyrim. Oh, the one of School of Mages in Skyrim. I have not been to the School of Mages in Skyrim in I don't know how many years. I went there, became the Lord High Archon thing, and then discovered that it had no influence in the game whatsoever, and I was like, nah, I'm out. There is a kitchen, Millie the GM. There is a kitchen, absolutely. We have included that in the ground floor. Down here, nice little kitchen with apples and carrots and things. There is no bathroom at the moment because we've decided that the wizard who lives here is a wizard who makes use of the chamber pot rather than anything else. So there is that. Something that we could do. It's going to look weird though. No, maybe it won't. Maybe it won't. Bear with me, folks. I've just had an idea. I have a cunning plan. Bear with me. What? Where the hell does that point come from? I had a cunning plan. Apparently, it is not that cunning. I still have a cunning plan. A very cunning plan. Oh, it's a bit complicated as a plan goes, but you know what? It's gonna be great. So to make that circular, I need the room. That is happening there. Don't know where the hell this point's coming from. Oh, that's just the movement point. Okay, so that's fine. All right, so my cunning plan is to quarter this room so this is actually no longer hidden. And this will be the bedroom. Why is that not caved on the in and outside? I don't understand. Okay, that is just that one room that wasn't. Okay, great. It's also not circling for me anymore because it's a nasty little nasty. No. All right, I'm getting there. So that will be his bedroom. Then I'm going to try and extend the rest of this room around. So bear with me. So this would come out to here. Okay, this wall will not be hidden. Would be a circle. Okay, and this wall would be split. And this split would come to here. No, it would not. This is going to be challenging. Zoom in. Not that point. That point. Ah, it's fine. That goes back to there. And huzzah! Huzzah! It's not lining up. Why is that wall invisible? Oh, because it's hidden. No, it's not hidden. Why is that wall invisible? Oh, because it's hidden. Ta-da! Jeepers, that seems like it took a lot longer than it should have. Yep, a lot longer than it should have. Okay. Well, now at least the fireplace, which runs on the inside of this wall here, also runs up into the bedroom, the master bedroom. So, you know, there is that. That was planned. Totally planned. And I thought I heard in a podcast series by Stephen Fry that separate rooms for toilets and needs were very rare in England until late on. No, you're absolutely right. They were. They were very rare in most places, as a matter of fact. Because most houses were single room sort of structures, maybe 2 rooms, and indoor plumbing was an unnecessary thing. So yes, usually they were outside or in a communal space, which was eventually eradicated as well. So you come up the stairs, you want to go straight into your bedroom. You don't want to muck about. You don't have to walk all the way around the library and get into the actual bedroom. So there you are. Yep, we now have the Pac-Man level. So that's great. Let's throw in the windows whilst we are here. And so there's going to be single windows. And the Wizard's Tower is going to say, let's have one every... no, not there. There, I think. So we're going to have basically just a block and a bit on. And a block and a bit on. And a block and a bit on. Yeah, that's going to confuse the hell out of the program, so we won't do that. And one there, and then the last one there. Okay, brilliant. Right, so there we have it. And we don't need any of that, so now we can go in here. As a matter of fact, what we have to do is come in here first, go to our content, go to our brushes, and add to our brushes, because we've just increased the size of this room. Okay. I'm happy with that. And the other brush is this one. I'll just do that. Okay, finish up that brush. There we go. This room has still got all of its brushes from the previous build. They will extend out into that territory there. Let's just get rid of those. Ambulance on its way to rescue somebody. Outside. Okay. Yeah, chamber pot is exactly right. A chamber pot is exactly right. Fun fact about the stool sample. That's interesting. That is interesting. So save, Ezreal Zephon says, and yes, I agree with you. Good point. Good point. Good point. Okay. Right. Bedroom. And so Victorians have got a double bed. Which is not where the single bed is. Oh, there it is. King size bed. There we are. It's a king size, and yet it's not actually a king size. It's 10 foot long and about 7 foot wide, which is a pretty impressive bed, I must say. I like to make it a little bit bigger. So there's our king size. I'm going to throw this in here anyway because, you know, I just love this globe event. This open book stand. I use that all the time in the library design. So while I'm here, I'm just going to grab it. Then the tables. No, tables. Let's throw in a little chair somewhere there. And here is the apothecary table. As a matter of fact, we could probably do it. No, he probably wanted to be next to a window. No, the sideways one I think was working. That kind of worked the best. And let's bring you out. Rotate you. A commode. Yep. I'm sorry I asked. Now we're just talking about potties. I was literally wondering if he had a bath. I can throw in a little metal bathtub in this room. I think there's room for it. Hi, Dead LZ Gamer. Checking in late this evening. There is a bathtub somewhere. I will find it. And when I do, it shall fear for its life. I think it's under furniture. There it is. I quite like that. Okay, right. Got bookshelves. Got bookshelves will travel. Now, one thing we cannot do is we cannot do the same layout or shape that we did for the last level. Because I think that would be awful in terms of... When did these become above the walls? Who made them above the walls? That's what I want to know. Who? Dead Aussie Gamer, I was just showing them the wizard that you had printed for me from Hero Forge earlier on. Super cool model. I'm going to put this one in the middle, I think. Okay. I actually quite like this around the track. Obviously not above the walls. There we go. So that works quite well there. You know, just a little something, just a little detailing here, a little something different there, and you get I think anyway, you get quite the effect of a little working library. I'm going to throw in some scrolls, I think, scrolls from the church. They always make it look a little bit more alive. Why aren't we placing things down, Dungeon Fog? Are we getting tired? Let us see. I'm calling it your tiny GM friend. So just so that you don't think we're completely mad, we're talking about this little figure here. There he is there. This cool little wizard. Okay. And maybe a study desk. Yep. Firstly, we need to figure out... Oh, I know why. It's putting them down, but this is above the walls. Bastard. Okay. Yeah, I think a nice big reading chair could work. So I'm going to move this book over here and put one of those Victorian green chairs in that we've used before. So he likes to sort of sit here maybe while his apprentice reads. Yeah, reads to him from the book. So that would be a bit brighter. Yeah. Okay, there's a light source here somewhere. I can sense its presence. Put it there. And there. We don't need something illuminating the bathtub, I don't think. And we probably need a little chest. The pirate chest I like the most of the chests that are out there. Pirate, pirate, pirate. There's a pirate chest. Ahoy there, me hearties. Nice little chest in the corner of the room. Drop out some of that intensity. I think we I've even put a second chair on the balcony for reading in the nice warm spring. Under normal circumstances, I would agree with you, but in this particular case, I think the appropriate answer here would be it's going to clutter up that balcony. If you want to put your little tokens on there, you want to have some space around for that to happen. So let me just save again. And zoom out so we can see the 3 levels that we have created. And now this background, what would you rather have? So we could do that this ground level, I fill in a little stream and a few trees here and there, a little pathway. There's not a huge amount of real estate here. So that would be level 1. Then level 2, I don't know what I would put underneath that. And level 3, I don't know what I would put underneath that. The alternative is quite literally that we put it onto parchment. That's not very nice parchment, is it? Black parchment? No, don't like that. This could possibly work if we tweak the color a little bit. Give me a chance here. Give me a chance. Let's just colorize this sucker. Blur. Can you blur the ground under level 2 and 3? You can't blur in Dungeon Fog. I could make it darker, but I feel like that might clutter. I feel like it might clutter everything. You know, whereas this is, it's quite clear, the levels. So maybe this is what I do. Look here, look here, look here. Which alignment is this? This is alignment to the left. So this is the map that it's on its own. That's unfortunate. We're going to mirror that. Okay, so if I move this over one. Well, let's just test that my theory works first before I have to go and move all of those blasted things. And I move that one over one. That gives this one a fraction more space, right? So let's do that. Let's do that anyway. And I'm not going to be an idiot this time around. We're going to make a group called okay. I think the spine is going to sit right here in this gap between the two books. So that's why I'm thinking this we will make as whatever ground texture we want it to be. So this one is where we go, okay, cool. We actually want the outside area to be like this, right? And we just sort of do it as a rough edge, not a hard edge. Okay, so we go, okay, that's what we want our ground to be. Isn't it amazing how the moment you put in a different terrain, the whole tone of the place changes quite dramatically, I think. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. But yes, so we would make this, not that, because that's awful. We could make this grass. We could make it just solid. Wait, oh, that's volcanic. Okay. We could put this tower in a little town. We can put it on gravel, rocky terrain. Really, the sky is the limit. Okay, so let's do that. Right. So, question: where is this tower? Should it be on rocky stuff? Should it be on like pleasant green grass like it is now? That's quite nice, actually. You know, very pleasant. The stack's wrong. That's where our stairs are disappearing to. A floating tower. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, Ambers. Okay. Challenge accepted. So, firstly, we're going to need sky. I don't think they do sky. So we're going to make our own sky. Okay. Challenge accepted. What have we done? Yes, what have we done? What have we done indeed? Okay, so it is going to be floating. And if it's floating, that means we're going to need cliffs. You guys can tell me if this works or not. Okay, but these cliffs have got shadows underneath them, which is a bit of a bugger up. Oh, hang on a moment. If I do it like... No, it's got to be around there. So I was thinking I could sort of like make the cliffs, but they've all got shadows. You know, we could do... Because remember, the cutoff is that inch. So I've got to make sure that whatever we do fits within that inch. So if I do something like... there's a straight piece they made for me. So I'm just experimenting. Bear with me here, right? So we've got that. Maybe that one would be better there. Anyway. And we can expand out just a weeny bit. Okay. All right. Then we need another curve back. But maybe first... Oh, there's our cutoff. Our cut off. So we do that. Grr, that doesn't work so well. This one. Mirror it. That'll work. That'll work. Okay, then we need an edge around the base of the tower. Okay, and another one around there. This is all very highly experimental, right? Yeah, we'll cover seams. I'm not worried about seams at the moment. You are absolutely right, however. Uh-oh. Dungeon fog appeared to freeze there for a second. It has frozen. Stopped freezing. Okay, weird. Very weird and very nerve-wracking. Okay, nearly done with this. Oh, we can get rid of the light thing. We don't need that anymore. Cave cliff. See, they add these new things in. It's really cool. And then I have to go and remember them. Okay. And then we just need to round it out. Just like that. Right, you are, my lord. I don't know if it's going to look like it's floating, but I've certainly done my very best. Now, we're going to come in here, and we're going to edge this like that. All right. Okay. Still getting there. Just, you know, don't judge me just yet. So what I was doing is I'm going to put it on a base. Then we'll get that to work. Then, so let's bring this all the way down. It's going to sit down here somewhere, so that's fine. That's just the basic brown color. I'm going to add in a grass texture now. And the important thing is the grass texture is actually going to sit over. No. Finish the brush. Make a new brush. The grass texture is going to sit over the edge of this thing. So I'm happy where it is there. It's going to come in here and why did I do that? I thought I don't want to make it. I want to make a new one. It's auto selecting it. Finish the brush. Okay, I will make a new brush here. And now you will obey me. Okay, so I'm sort of just thinking out loud here. I'm going to zoom in as well because I want to run an edge of grass sort of in there. kind of working, but I think the softness might be too much. Well, you'll see what I'm going to do now. You'll see. Just you wait, Henry Higgins. So at worst, this will look like a tower on a cliff. If it succeeds, then it will look like a floating tower. I don't think anyone can complain about that. I'm not sure about this grass color, by the way. Also, all the time we then spent trying to figure out how delivery people were going to get into the kitchen has just been lost because there's this giant bloody gap. Unless we move the door. Yes, all right, we'll move the door. It is exceedingly dark grass. Yes, it is. But fear not, we will change it. For now, I'm just outlining where I want it to be. Okay, great. So, be not light, O grass of darkness. Be verdant and green. Is that really the type of grass that we want growing around our wizard's tower? Nah. Nah. That's better. It's very jungly, that sort of grass, isn't it? That's not terrible. That's terrible. No. Nope. 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 No. This one is okay when you pump up the color. Oh, that was not bad. That's not bad either. If we did that and that. What do you guys think of that grass? So we zoom out so we get a sense of the map. Yeah, I think that could work. Bluegrass or bloodgrass. Oh, we can come in and we can decorate to our heart's content. I've just got to grab this door, otherwise I'm going to get shouted at. That's the kitchen. Oh, that is such a weird glitch. I'm going to show that to Till. All right, so everybody try and guess which is the real door versus the Dungeon Fog insane door. No! Why do you hate me? Oh, come on. I think it was this last door, right? So I'm just going to delete it and place in my own door. There. Okay. See how I get distracted? This is how I get distracted. But that's okay. Question, is it possible to make battle maps for a modern setting? Yes, Nicholas Morrow, absolutely. They have a whole range of modern day props and things that you can use. So yes, absolutely. And sci-fi as well. Okay, so let's just get rid of that green. All right. Right, so we're still trying to make it look like this is a floating castle. I do quite like this already, I must admit. So to make it look like it's a floating castle, we're going to need some trees. We're going to need some really little trees. And I'm going to... You know what? Actually, I think I might have a set that I've made. Yes, I do. My category. Here we go. So I made a category of trees earlier. And so now I can randomize them, but I can change their scale. Make their scale 10 to 50%. Let's go 5 to 50%. Auto rotation on. Here we go, and okay, we will put them underneath, don't worry. Okay. But the trees might just be little trees. So what we have to do is we have to tell the viewer, why is this not cycling through all the trees? I put random on. Oh, that's too big. There we go. Now it's doing its thing. But I don't know why it's not min-maxing them to the right size, but that's okay. All right, I feel like that's enough trees. We don't need that many trees. But we need to give them a sense of scale. So to do that, let's just put all of these trees into their own folder. So we're going to call this underground. Now, one of the things I wish you could do is work in the folder. So you create a folder and then you work within that folder. That would be amazing. That would be super cool. But sadly, that you can't yet do. So even if I'm in here, for example, it will still pretend that it's not. Whoa, 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 whoa. Calm yourself. Calm yourself down. Our textures here are going to be very, very important. So we're going to use the same grass texture. And we're pretty much, yeah, we're pretty much just going to, whoopsie, do exactly the same thing. Just fill this whole thing in. Okay, nice big green grass texture, which is going to go into our ground level. And in our ground level, take it all the way down there. And we're going to lighten it up. And we're going to make it like 20% in size. That's awful. Okay. That is truly, truly, truly awful. Okay, what if we leave it at 100%? That might be a bit better. Nope. No, that's pretty bad. That is pretty bad. Okay, so we are going to go to guest artists because Kaora made like a green thing. And we can manipulate that to being the dark green of the grass way down below. make that 300%, and that reduces the amount of repetition, because I don't think that's a better green, but I think it's better. In terms of getting our message across. Yeah, I think down there. And don't panic yet. I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished yet. I mainly say this to myself, of course. No, swine. You're going to create a new one. New brush. And the new brush is going to have flattened dirt. Okay, fine. And you're going to be about that big. Nope, too big. About that big. Yeah, that'll work. And you're going to act as a little winding road way down there. Okay, just carrying off in that direction. And you're going to sit into the ground folder. And you go all the way down here. This will all eventually be under the cliffs. Yes, you are correct. You are quite correct. Okay. And then we're going to make another one, which is just slightly lighter. And slightly narrower. Okay, so we have that going on. I'm just working. The reason why, I don't know what's happened to that wall. That's very alarming. But the reason why I'm keeping everything up here is because I'm just dragging it and dropping it into this ground folder. You'll see very quickly what I'm doing. So let's zoom in again to 30% so we can see that it is starting to look. Yep, that kind of looks like a road to me. I want a little bit of detail. But I remember now in terrain they have a thing called elevations. So if we drop a couple of these down there, I think that's going to help sort of sell the illusion. We might have to change the size of these, of course. Okay. Oh, well, that's why these are still on. Not that they proved of any value at all. Okay. You'll see what happens when you zoom out. These things look like sort of hills and terrain. Okay. So we're getting there. I think we're almost ready. Almost. There's one thing. Okay, so let's move this into the right place now. So that's all the way down here. Don't worry, I knew that was going to happen. Because this is my atmospheric environment that's going to sort of make this background look, hopefully, slightly misty. You know, as if we were floating above it. And now all I need to do, I think anyway, is jump in here and go to rear vehicles, and they've got an ox cart. Whee, all the way down, a little ox cart, and a little tethered ox. Boom. With a little few crates on the back. Let's use pirates because they're yellow. Boom, 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 boom. hay. Let's put hay. Oh, but the hay's not very nice hay. Oh, they do have nice hay. In prison. In prison, they have nice hay. Why do I say hay? Because if your players leap off of this tower, they can fall into the cart with hay. I know it wouldn't work like that, and they would all die anyway, but this is fantasy. Or is it? And then I have never done this before. I don't know if they actually... Well, they've got a prisoner sitting there, and it's going to be so tiny. Place him. I doubt anyone's even going to notice. And so now I just need to make sure that... Oh, that's why I didn't want to move this ground yet. Right, so I'm going to move it back here. So that I can throw... all of this into the ground folder. And then take this all the way down here. Well, they'll either think that the mage tower is floating, or they will think that the mage tower is on top of a very high, weird rock-like thing. Which is okay, I guess. I don't have a huge problem with that. I was just thinking of adding some grass quickly. There's one last thing I have to do, and that will help us. Don't panic. I've got the solution. Don't worry. Don't worry, folks. Don't worry. You're in good hands. Okay. Let's drop that there. And shrink this down a little bit. I don't want to overuse the grass. I'm just sort of putting it where there's some areas that don't look particularly great. This area bothers me most specifically. That might be a bit dark. Two more things to add, and then I'm going to call it a day. I know we haven't finished yet, but I've got a game to run this afternoon. Okay, so I'm going to add under fire, they have smoke. Smoke's not going to work. I need to go to the collection of achievements and get the light fog cloud. There we go. And just pop that one there. Come down here and make it a bit bigger. Drop one there. And rotate that around. That one there. Let's do something like that. Okay, cool. I'm going to use these later on. And then the last thing. I'll move it around now. Don't stress is under animals. They've got an eagle that's soaring. So we'll put that there and it'll be like, oh look, there's a birdie flying. It must be very high up. And there's a little owl as well. Put that there. Okay, I'm just going to grab this ground thing again. Take it all the way back down. And that, I would say, is how you would make a floating wizard's tower in Dungeon Fog. I think these clouds are too heavy, personally. You do want one a little bit brighter than the others. Okay, cool. So that means I will then ponder and contemplate. Well, no, not actually. Not really. Because what we do very quickly, let's just see, is this one. We edit this one and we extend this around this tower. I see the problem. I see the problem. Well, no, actually, as a matter of fact, we don't have to extend that around that. What we do is, I'm just going to create a little reference point for myself there. And then we will make a new brush. Select this point, take this one, darken it a skosh. Slide it up a bit. That's too big. Don't be crazy. Okay. And this one joins this level. Yes, I know. I sort of have to see where that spine ends up being. And then we'll put in clouds and things into there so that it feels like it's going through. And sadly, the shadows around the tower I can't. I have no control over that. What I might also do is extend the green around here a little bit more, so that it feels a bit more like that. You know, it's three separate zones, if you like. I think I'll definitely do that. Try to get this cloud. No. All right, so that's what I'm going to do. I have a game to run in an hour, so I've got to go and prep for that. I've got to make another map. Yay! But there you are. You can't say that you didn't have a direct impact in the maps that are going to be included in this book. I happen to think that this is pretty spectacular. So well done to all of you for giving me your input. This is definitely a Mage's Tower that I think is practical, that I think is just a lot of fun. This bed is above the walls. I can see that busted. But yes, and so is this bathtub. I think this is going to be one for the books. So thank you all. I wish you a pleasant day. I may or may not stream tomorrow. It just depends on how the day goes. I do realize that this takes me about an hour longer to make the maps than normal, because I'm talking and engaging and that sort of thing. But I'd far rather spend a little bit longer doing it than sitting quietly and just listening to music and getting on with it. And I think we come up with some great maps. So there you are. Right. So from me, until next time, I wish you and yours the very happiest of gaming.